Between two universities.
Maybe I've got some weird number there. Okay, shall I go? What do you reckon, yeah? Okay. Well, hello everyone. Thanks for coming along today. It's great to see you. I think, there will be people appearing as we sort of carry on. So I'll start off with the boring stuff, just while we wait for a few more people. But the toilets are upstairs. I think some of you might find them. There is a disabled toilet downstairs as well. But if you go out to the reception and then up the staircase and then down the corridor, you'll see them. No fire alarm expected today. That we were meant to have one earlier, but we didn't. So hopefully they won't just have a random one. As I think some of you know, we're hoping to stream as much of this as possible, and we were hoping to have a remote participation. So just a kind request for you people not to download stuff, or don't watch loads of YouTube videos during the day. Maybe don't watch the remote participation because you're actually here. That would be really, really helpful. Just because we've got Wi-Fi, but as people know, it's the more of us banging on it, it's going to be more. It's going to affect how we upload stuff. I mentioned the water outside. If you need a drink or anything, do just feel free to go out and get some and then help yourself to tea and coffee during the day. Okay, so this workshop, Making It Matter, Supporting Education in the Developing World Through Open and Linked Data. And I had to have that up there because there was no way I could remember all of that. But I think we wanted to get some really key terms in there. So we wanted to make sure that we were talking about education, because that's very much what we're focusing on. The developing world, because that's the area we're looking at, and then open and linked data, and it's trying to connect together lots of different kind of areas. So hopefully throughout the day we'll start to see those synergies and those links between those different areas. So today has been made possible by the Commonwealth of Learning and the Linked Up project. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone here from the Commonwealth of Learning. I'll tell you more in a minute why. But they've been very supportive of this event, and we're having a lot of conversation with them about this area, and so they're a really key player in this area. And also the Linked Up project, and you'll hear a little bit more about the Linked Up project in a few minutes from Stefan. So please do look up those two projects. A couple of people are here today. Some of them aren't actually physically here yet, but hopefully you'll see them at some point or other. So I'm from the Linked Up project, and there's a few of my team here. I think quite a few of them sat over the table there. So we have Alexandro, who sat on this table here. We've got Mathieu at the back. We have Stefan, who'll be talking in a little bit, Elisabetta, who's talking later, and Ivana as well. So if you want to talk about the Linked Up project, and I think there's some flyers on your table, do find them. From Open Knowledge, we have a few people here. We have myself, we have Sally, who's at the back there, just turned up. Daniela, who'll be talking later but isn't physically here at the moment, and Sandra, who's coming later as well. And also we have Emma, who's been really kind and helped me with the organisation. And as I mentioned, unfortunately, Balaji can't join us. He actually had some problems with getting a visa to come over here. So I think, that already highlights an interesting challenge that, we have in working with different countries. So, but luckily, he's managed to do a great presentation for us. So just a little bit about Open Knowledge. We are a community-based not-for-profit, and we have projects and partnerships throughout the world. I think we have now ambassadors in over 40 different countries. We have a number of different chapters, and our first outside of Europe, which is in Brazil. And we're really very global. We have a very global reach. And we do lots of different things. So we build tools. We do a lot of technology and support the building of tools, but also very much community building. We have lots of different working groups and local groups that we support in all different areas related to open. And we are very much keen to support people using, sharing and building on open resources. And we have this idea of an open knowledge commons, and we're sort of interested in any conversations around that. And we're into collaboration and not control, and environment, empowerment, not exploitation, and open, not closed. And there's some really interesting conversations to be had around that, and hopefully we'll have more of those today. Just a quick glimpse of our new website. We're going through a branding change, so I think it's really great that we've got a site up there. We're looking very smart. We're now Open Knowledge and not what we used to be called before, and I've just about cracked it now, so you won't hear me say the other name now. So some context for today. I think this is quite an interesting snippet from the ITU, just about the number of people who are coming to the internet now. We've almost reached 3 billion people, but 2/3 of those billion people are from the developing world. So this is, there's a changing audience that's out there. 78% are in developed countries, and so 32% so 78% are in developed countries and 32% in developing countries. But I think, it's the mix-up is really, really changing, and I think this is something that we need to sort of bear in mind. And this can really have sort of, when we're thinking about our impact and the things that we do. So in the last sort of year, I've been working on the Linked Up project and on the Open Education Working Group. I've come across a lot of projects that touch on collaboration with the developing world or creating things for the developing world. So you can see here some of the really exciting projects that have come up. So people may be familiar with the hole in the wall idea of having a classroom where children can come along and use internet technology and just sort of learn through self-motivated learning. Organisations like TESS India creating open educational resources for the Global South, ROER for development, OER Research Hub are doing some really interesting things around OER reuse. UNESCO are doing some amazing stuff. Siavola, who are creating online open textbooks and lots of really interesting activity going on there. Again, OER Africa, and also Wikipedia doing some interesting activity. And then things like the BRIC project as well, which is around sort of infrastructure and ensuring that people have adequate access to things like broadband in different places. So there's loads and loads of amazing projects that are going on there, out there in this space. So it might beg the question, well, what's it got to do with the Linked Up project then? People are already doing this stuff. And I think if I go back to that idea about the changing audience, I think it's that the landscape is changing and the new users of the internet are different people from those we were familiar with before. They are quite often disabled, so there's a lot of stuff around accessibility now. They're disadvantaged and disconnected, and it's really key that we engage with these people. So within our project, we suddenly realised this is something we really wanted to do. This is where impact could be made. We had a workshop in St. Petersburg a couple of months ago when we talked about sort of open data and education, and I think one comment, I think it's actually from Stefan, he said something about users don't care about technology and technologists don't care about use cases, and we felt like there was this real disconnect between the two groups of people, and we wanted to bring those people together. We wanted people to come together who know about the problem and people who know about possibly the solutions to those problems. And famous Tim Berners-Lee quote about the web does not connect just machines, it connects people. So we felt that this was a real opportunity to bring those people together. And hopefully today is just the start of a discussion around this. So I just wondered, does anybody know who either of these people are? Does anybody recognise them?
Yeah, the guys that built the wind engine. What's his name? I read the book recently. But
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a boy who
harnessed
the wind.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody know the other guy? No? Okay, right. Well, the first guy is William Kamkwamba from Malawi, and yeah, he built a windmill to power electronic appliances in his house. They had a lot of problems with energy there, and he went and self-taught himself to build this, and then he became a sort of major superstar, doing a famous TED talk around this, and traveled the world and started doing some really exciting stuff around hacker events. And yeah, so he's a bit of a celebrity. And Kelvin Doe, he's from Sierra Leone, and he was, I think, about 10 years old, and he taught himself how to do engineering, and he built a railway radio station. These guys were self-taught. They talk about going to the library and finding books and their attempts to access the type of information. So these guys did, afterwards, their exciting tales were shared a lot on the internet, and they have pages about them in Wikipedia. They could have done with more open source, open access stuff to help them do this. And I think, I want to think about the extraordinary becoming the ordinary, helping people to do this. So this guy at the bottom here, Kunle Anjano, he's actually gone and accessed MIT courseware, and he's downloaded it on CD-ROMs, and now he's broadcasting it on the radio, and he's teaching himself how to do stuff. So I think it's thinking about how can we support people to do these amazing things, so that they're, that people are doing it all the time. It doesn't have to be necessarily a Wikipedia entry to do that. Okay, so the program for today. So we're going to start off with, obviously, my introduction, and then an introduction to the Linked Up project from Stefan. Then we're going to have a talk from Balaji, which is by video, because unfortunately he can be here, but later on hopefully he'll be on a Google Hangout if you want to ask him some questions. But at the moment I think it's the middle of the night in Canada, so yeah, we'll talk to him later. Then we have a talk from Stephen, who I think has just turned up, which is going to be talking about mobile data, which should be really interesting. And then a talk from Tom, sort of pulling together some of these different elements, and that's kind of having a bit of an overview of where we're going today. Then we're going to be doing some breakout sessions, which is really the crux of the day, where hopefully we can come up with some sort of interesting ideas around sort of where the problems are and how we can take those problems forward. Then we'll be looking at some more case studies of people who are actually doing some amazing work in this space. And we'll be watching a video from the guys from Worldwide Semantic Web, and then we'll be hearing a talk from One Laptop Per Child from Christoph. And then it'll be lunchtime. So we can all look forward to that. And we're allowed to use the outside space, so we can all go and have a bit of sun, which will be fantastic. And then in the afternoon, we have a presentation on some work that Open Knowledge is doing around partnership for open data, more breakout groups, and then also look at some of the tools that have been created as part of the Linked Up project. So we really want to make the competitions within the Linked Up project a way to answer some of these questions that are out there. And then another group activity, and we'll finish off with just a quick presentation on the Open Education Working Group. And then we go to the pub, hopefully. And it's a lovely day, so we really hope to see as many of you as possible. And we've booked a table for later for dinner, and if anybody would like to come, please do let us know. So I think that is it for me for now, and Stefan is going to talk.
You already saw the end of my presentation, so I'm thinking that I could just drop it. How do you get it running, Marika?
I think
The screen is too tiny for my taste.
Yeah, the top. Just know the button there.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. But I mean,
So it's the full screen.
yeah, exactly.
Control L, I think it's a shortcut.
Okay.
Or and with just
So Control L did it. So thanks, Marike, for the nice introduction. And as Marike already said, we have a very nice, or particularly Marike put together a very nice program already, which is very dense, and there are lots of interesting things to be done and to be said. That's why I like to keep it very brief. What I like to do is very briefly say a few words about the LinkedUp project. Another reason why I can keep it very brief is because I actually have quite a lot of information already here. So the room is pretty much LinkedUp branded, as far as I can see. So LinkedUp was sort of the context from which many of the activities in the Open Education Working Group, the activities Marike already mentioned, actually originate from. My name is Stefan Dietzer, as Marike already said. I'm in fact the coordinator of LinkedUp, so it's also a bit of a personal matter to me. I'm a researcher, senior researcher at the L3S Research Center in Hanover, which is a small research lab, more on the technical side of things. So we are basically looking into web science, data science related topics, doing a lot of semantic web related research as well. And yeah, there we go. So to start very briefly with some kind of motivation. So one, let's say, kind of observation, or one kind of, let's say, situation which was sort of at the background for LinkedUp was the fact that, as Marike already said in her presentation, there is in fact quite a lot of content, resources, data out there which is very useful for any form of educational purposes, right? When you think about open educational resources, and we've heard some people are coming more from the OER side of things as well. There have been millions of resources being made available in the last decade. Distance universities started to release content very much. The more recent and pretty much hype MOOCs phenomenon. And sort of right in the middle is something called Linked Open Data, which is sort of on the one hand producing or contributing some kind of knowledge resources in their own right, which can be really useful for education as well. While on the other hand also provide some technical principles which can really help bringing all these different bits and pieces together. And this is very much what LinkedUp is about. So LinkedUp is a European funded support action, which means it's not a pure research project, but really a project which also focuses on creating communities, bringing people together. We have, in principle, 6 partners, which are very well represented here today. So L3S Research Center is coordinator, Open University is represented with Mathieu and Alessandro here today as well. Another Open University from the Netherlands, in fact, unfortunately not here today. Elsevier as a content provider and sort of also as a technology provider. Marike from the Open Knowledge Foundation, doing a very great job, particularly on the community building. Lattanzio Learning, you will hear a bit more from Elisabetta later on, who's representing Lattanzio, which is an SME, a small company from Italy dealing with education-related technologies. As Marike also already mentioned, we are in fact working also with quite a lot of other organizations, pretty much any kind of organization which is doing something relevant, related, more from the technical side, more from the, let's say, educational side. So when you look at our network, which is pretty much expanding continuously, there are collaborations going on with quite a lot of different organizations ranging from companies, broadcasters, universities, research labs, and the like. I've highlighted to some extent the Commonwealth of Learning, which was also introduced by Marike already, since they were sort of being a bit behind the motivation for organizing this workshop, basically because they are an NGO based in Canada, but pretty much trying to promote open educational principles in the developing world, third world countries and the like. So it's a very related, interesting organization in this context. DanceNL, I also felt so free to highlight a tiny bit, since we are basically collaborating with 2 Christophs, or basically one Christoph and one Christoph, if I'm not mistaken. The other Christoph unfortunately couldn't make it here today. Christoph Denghoff, I think we also talk later today a bit. And I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say about the partners. There's quite some delay here. To briefly say a few words about the kind of activities which we're actually working on. So in principle, I try to summarize it in 3 different kind of pillars. One is more the technical work, which is pretty much about curating data sets for education, making them more accessible for developers, anyone who wants to actually use data for educational purposes. The second one, which is probably the more or the most visible one, is related to our Linked Up Challenge, which you all should have some flyers as well on your table about the Vici competition, which in fact is part of the Linked Up Challenge as well. So here the idea is to actually go a step further, not just exposing data and basically providing technical support to developers, but also providing monetary incentives, but of course also any kind of other support for anyone who's building nice applications, doing nice stuff with open data, particularly in educational related settings. And as I've mentioned, since we're a support action type of project, community building and really bringing different people from different communities, more the educational side, more the developer side, and computer scientists and the like together is a very important part of our work as well. And that's also why we are organizing exactly events like that here today, and we're pretty much organizing quite a lot of workshops, tutorials, very often co-located with major conferences simply to take advantage of the critical mass which you usually meet at these kind of events here as well. Wow. Okay. Okay, so one very brief excursion. So I've mentioned our data curation activity, so I just wanted to point to some environments which were, let's say, the more technical outcomes of the project, which are related to our Linked Up dataset catalog. So what we're doing here is pretty much we're manually curating a set of datasets which is useful for building education applications. So basically you find all sorts of OER metadata repositories being listed there, data coming from universities about courses, course offerings, experts, and the like. And we're basically assembling them, ensuring that there's some kind of, let's say, at least availability of these kind of data sets, and we are trying to provide mechanisms to make these data sets more accessible to others, so in particular building on linked data principles. And we're also mapping different vocabulary schemas in order to have a more holistic view of these kind of data sets. You can basically run distributed or federated queries across these different data sets. What you see here at the bottom is there a very messy graph, but you can actually zoom in and explore it manually as well. Here the idea is to, for instance, provide some more topic-based view on different data sets, right? So to basically explore data sets according to what kind of domains, topics they're actually providing. For instance, if you look for data sets for biology or computer science or whatsoever, that's a good entry point, because here you basically have some kind of topic mappings for all these different data sets. Okay, so I've mentioned our Linked Up Challenge already. So here the main idea is really to support people who are doing something nice with open data and education, not necessarily only data which we have in our catalog, but in principle any kind of knowledge resource which is available out there. And the main idea here is basically that we are not having the challenge, but in fact a series of 3 different competitions. Veni, Vidi, Vici, easy to confuse. In fact, what happens quite often, we are actually right now right in the middle of the Vidi stage. That means we've sort of finished the evaluation. We're still waiting on some audience votes there as well. We're going to have some ceremonies, some awards, and some sessions at the ESWC in Crete in less than 2 weeks, I think. The picture you see here is, for instance, from the Vini competition, the final award ceremony at the Open Knowledge conference in Geneva last year. It's probably the most heavily shown picture in the Linked Up context, simply because it's mainly happy people, happy faces, and it was a very nice event. In fact, in case anyone is actually interested in contributing to the Linked Up Challenge, we've just released some initial information about the Vici competition as well. So if you go to linkedupchallenge.org, there's some information. The actual final descriptions of the different tracks are still yet to be released, probably in the next 1 or 2 weeks. But I guess the basics and everything you need to know is already there, and we are accepting submissions until 5th of September. And yeah, hopefully maybe 1 or 2 submissions from the round here in this room is arriving there as well. That was pretty much what I wanted to say. 2 links to some of the resources, basically the Linked Up project website, the Linked Up Challenge website. One, let's say, main conclusion or takeaway, I think, for Linked Up is very much that we are trying to bring these different communities, in particular data providers, developers, and end users closer together. And in particular, when you think about, for instance, the first stages of the Linked Up project, I think we did a very great job in particularly embedding and bringing closer together data providers and developers. That's also what we see when we look at the actual applications. Very much having a, let's say, developed by developers using certain data sets, not necessarily in all cases really with a clear use case or user focus in mind. I think that's happening very often in these kind of contexts. It's quite natural. So what I think is very much the focus of this workshop and also for the final stages of Linked Up is particularly focusing on the second gap, which is between actual developers and the actual end users. So really bringing the end users more into the picture, in particular teachers, tutors, learners. And that's why I also personally very much like the use case which we're talking here about today, or particularly context, which is open education in the developing world, because here I think there's some clear user needs, some clear use cases, and sketching these out more in order to really have a closer link between linked up activities, applications, and actually these kind of real-world scenarios, I think is something really worthwhile to do, very interesting. And that's also why I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the day here. So I wish us all a very interactive workshop, and I think you're going to follow up.
Excellent. So for those of you who have just arrived, welcome. And there's a Twitter hashtag at the back, which is great if you do tweet, that would be really cool. And I guess some of you didn't hear that we were talking about challenges of working with countries all around the world. And one of them we've had is that Balaji from the Commonwealth of Learning unfortunately couldn't join us because he couldn't get a visa, which is a real shame. So we have a video for Balaji. We have a little bit of slow and things coming up, but hopefully we will be there in a second. Look, there we go.
Hello, my name is Balaji. I work for the Commonwealth of Learning. I'm happy to be able to present to you some of my ideas on the advancement of open educational resource publishing in the developing world and how partners associated with the Linked Up project can contribute to its further advancement. The Commonwealth of Learning, where I work, is an intergovernmental agency which was founded by the Prime Ministers of the Commonwealth in 1987. And our broad objective is to advance access to affordable and quality education at all levels. And we work with every Commonwealth country, and we are supported by, at any given time, by 45 governments of the Commonwealth. And we report to the Prime Ministers and the Education Ministers of the Commonwealth. We are very happy to be associated with the Linked Up project, which we cherish. And I want to thank America Guy for giving me this opportunity. Now, what is my very brief view of where we are on this subject? That when you look at it from way above, you find that developing countries today are major producers of open educational resources. And most of this work occurs in large institutions rather than in small ones. And the most important development that we find is that there is a significant need for value addition to this effort. Value addition can be in many ways, but from my point of view, it should take place in terms of building new educational employability ontologies and to do everything possible to assure quality. In order to give you a picture, I want to make use of one of our projects that we are connected with. This is our own directory for open educational resources. And we started to work on open educational resources directory after we concluded the World Open Education Resources Congress along with UNESCO almost exactly 2 years back. This, in a sense, you could also say a kind of stock taking of all those developments after the 2 years. We are constructing this, we are maintaining this directory, a very simple directory for open educational resources of the Commonwealth. And we are looking primarily at resources in English, although Commonwealth has many, many languages. Because of this particular focus, we are leaving out one very large producer, in fact, a super large producer in English, namely the United States of America. We are also leaving out producers in other languages, such as China, France, Brazil, etc. But don't mistake us, this filter is mainly to give you a flavor of where developing countries stand. Now, doing a very close analysis of DOER through a lot of analytics that my colleagues Michel Gruda and Panis Berish and several others have been able to bring forward, what we find is that there is a lot of protection taking place from the developing world in terms of higher education, and calls very important areas, namely open schooling, which allows people who have dropped out of school at the school-going age to return to school when they are at work as semi-skilled or non-skilled workers, is a very, very important area, and we find that a lot of open education resources are getting published there. Teacher education is very, very important because in the continent of Africa alone, there is a need for over 1.4 million teachers in the next few years, even to reach the essential levels of literacy. And most of these available teachers do not have the requisite training. So teacher education is very important. We find that a lot of open education resources are getting produced there. The other important area that has emerged rapidly, even in the developed world, is the skills development area. The skills development sector, for various reasons, is linked with employability, income generation, etc., even in developed countries. And you would note that developing countries are already producing quite an amount of material in this particular area, and a lot more can be done with your partnership. Now, again, going to further on this picture, you find that who are the top producing countries in this slide. You find that United Kingdom among Commonwealth countries, of course, leads the whole show because of the historical investment and very strong interest of the academia in this particular topic. And rapidly emerging actors are India, Nigeria, South Africa, and Pakistan. These are emerging as large producers in a relatively short span of time. And you also find that even countries such as Ghana are coming forward with publication of open educational resources. Remember that we are still talking only about OER in English. And who are the top publishers? You find that the National Open University of Nigeria is a major publisher, as is the National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning in India. Of course, the Open University of UK, which inspired the founding of the Commonwealth of Learning, is a major publisher. There are several others, which have emerged almost entirely in the span of about 3 years' time. And what do they work on? If you look at the subject tags, you find that most of the OER publishing relates to STEM topics. Mathematics is a big topic, science and technology broadly is a big topic, physics is a big one. But you find that engineering sciences, especially mechanical engineering, computer sciences, are very big topics. This is quite, in a sense, stands in sharp relief. If you looked at the fact that when distance education was emerging as a major paradigm, the topics covered primarily were language teaching, mathematics, humanities, social sciences, etc. And engineering and sciences came much later, whereas in the area of open educational resources publishing, where same or similar actors are involved, you find that the subjects are very different. That probably reflects the priorities of the milieu they are living in today. And we follow a very broad-based descriptor system called edu tags, and edu tags are included in DOER, our online directory service. And you find that when going by the frequency of occurrence of these tags, you find that most resources produced by English using Commonwealth are in the area of higher education and undergraduate area, especially focusing on the undergraduate area. Although, as we said, teacher education, etc. are important, they are still classed mostly with post-secondary undergraduate area. This also shows the emerging emphasis on post-secondary collegiate education when it comes to educational publishing in these countries. Now, looking at all this, where do we stand? One is that there was a view, and at the time when UNESCO coined the term open education resources in 2002, the broad belief was that the developed countries would be major producers of open educational resources, and rest of the world, including developed countries, would be consuming them. Now, this view was kind of challenged in 2007 during the Cape Town Declaration meeting on OER. And since then, it has rapidly emerged that developing countries are producing OER in large quantities, as you just happened to see. And it's more appropriate to say that developing countries are both good producers and therefore are likely to be good consumers as well. And while looking at it, let's look at some of the typical OERs that some of these institutions are able to publish. For example, here we are looking at a product, an OER from the Open Education, from the National Open University of Nigeria, which relates broadly to teacher education. And you find that it's essentially a course material presented as somewhat like a textbook in PDF form. This is one of the most popular forms with many of these institutions. And here is another example from India where they use online video in a big way. Here is one course in YouTube. They've placed close to about 6,000 hours of video on YouTube, which have received a combined view of over 100 million. And there are many other formats possible, but these two seem to be very, very popular with developing country OER publishers. What are the three key areas that are emerging from this large-scale publishing? Find that one concern or one interest is on reuse and adaptation, because a lot of this OER is produced with public money, with tax money, and therefore it should lead to an impact that's socially and economically meaningful. In order to do so, CAL and UNESCO have been advocating that reuse and adaptation should be encouraged on very large scale. That's one value addition we should be able to do. The other is improving the discoverability of OER, because OER is still not easily discovered in popular search engines and through available techniques. Even advanced ones are not good enough. And therefore, linked data must be used in a more extensive way to improve discoverability of OER, and Linked Up project is already making a big contribution here. The other very important concern is quality of OER. In fact, quality of OER is so and OER and quality can be said to be almost synonymous from the eyes of a developing country teacher, because they look for OER largely because they cannot find quality stuff in their own milieu. Now, how do you assure quality of OER? One thought trend we advocate is that socializing is the best route to understand and assess the quality of OER. And we need to look at all these three in a way that Linked Up project partners can contribute to. We'll go into these details now. Looking at reuse and adaptation, we know from our experience and a number of studies that we have published via CAL and through with our partners Athabasca University and Vawasan Open University, that this process proceeds well when users really know the values. They are looking for educational value of a resource, especially things like level of attainment, maturity capability, prior learning, prereqs, etc. These are not readily available with the OER, and therefore we need to find ways through which this data can be made easily available and accessible. The other very important and rapidly emerging requirement is to assess the employability skills development values of OER. In fact, this point was stressed at the time of launch of Linked Up project by Professor Dragan Gasevich from Athabasca University. Subsequently, Professor David Porter at BC Campus, Canada, has also been talking about it. We need to go into this in very great detail and with a sense of urgency. Socializing OER is, of course, a very, very important one. It's already taking place on a very large scale in online spaces such as YouTube or Facebook. In fact, going back to this particular OER, what you find is that there is a lot of commentary already taking place here. And many students would derive a great deal of value if there is a way to parse them, generate meaningful inferences from them and make them available in a way that a teacher or a learner can take advantage of that. This is one challenge I thought we all could collectively address. Skills development, as I said, is a very, very important one, and the employability considerations are also becoming very, very important. And there is a need for some kind of a new ontology in this. In terms of educational value, the very large LRMI project operating primarily from United States is coming out with a number of ideas, although a lot more could be done. Linked Up has come out with a number of new ideas. But in terms of employability, we need to really go into an ontology type of approach, and this is very, very urgently required. And this is one area where, by giving this description to a reasonable volume of OER, we will find that we are generating a huge following among developing countries for all our projects. Here, for example, skills development is such a priority, as you can see here. Like hundreds of millions of dollars are being borrowed by poor countries in order to build skills, and they believe ICT, as you can see here. Everyone says that ICT is going to play a very, very critical role in all these things. Information technology is going to play a very critical role. And here is our opportunity to build a system by which skills development and related data and data sets can be made available to learners and teachers. And here is another example. Using the OER already published by NPTEL, they are offering a course which is meant for skills enhancement of students as well as practicing young professionals in the area of IT. And very large-scale certification, etc., have been planned with industry associations. From the organizer of this course, I understood that there are 55,000 registrants in this course currently, of which 10,000 have paid up in order to undergo the testing. So that's a major advancement in deployment of OER for a socially useful purpose, and we need to do more of that. The last but not the least is that all developing country students do not have the level of internet access that a developed country student or learner can take for granted. In fact, 80% of them will have extremely limited access. In that condition, there is a need for offlining OER. In fact, we have been talking about this in Linked Up Data project, that offlining need not mean loss of data. In fact, even in offline situations, the linked up data can be extremely useful. And to test some of these ideas, in CALL, we have built a prototype. We call it Aptus, which allows a complete offlining of a variety of educational resources, open educational resources for this, for example, using this small device here. And we have deployed it in circumstances like what you see here in 15 countries in 20 locations. And results are coming in, and here is a very, I won't go into this detail except to show that this very small device costs about $100 and can host a server. It runs on Ubuntu Linux, and it's able to host Moodle such that 20 to 25 people can access it easily. It also allows access to Khan Academy videos and part of Wikipedia, etc. And it's working successfully in the field. So offlining is possible in a very, very meaningful way, and the linked data could also be made available in that circumstance. We need to explore this as well. Now, going back to my slides, I'm coming to my conclusion. So what should we be looking forward to from the point of view of the Commonwealth of Learning? One is that this group can help us understand discoverability better and help us identify improvements in discoverability, so that people from developing world are in an even better position to make use of OER, or as they design and publish them, they make them more discoverable. The other is creation of new ontologies for skills development and employability, which, as I repeatedly said, is an absolute must, and this is a matter of urgency as well. The last but not the least is further improving data on educational value. The other one aspect I would stress once again on is use of social media, the commentary available in social media and the socializing processes in order to improve assessment of the educational value, quality of OER. We look forward to hearing from you about your deliberations. I'm personally sorry that I'm not able to be present for various reasons. I once again want to thank the organizer, the Open Knowledge Foundation, and Marika Gai for this opportunity. Hello.
discussion going on. So I think we have Stephen next.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, you want to off the
Is this the version of the slide I sent you yesterday? One extra slide I wrote.
let me have a quick look. I think
yesterday.
I did put your extra one in somewhere.
So great, I'll go from your machine and not, I'll bring up.
Data and education, it's that one, yeah?
You have to check, I have to check whether this slide, the fourth slide. is correct.
Okay, Kirsty, do I need to reopen the Hangout or not?
Not until we
Okay.
get to a remote presentation, I think.
So I'm going to see the third slide and I'll know if we're on the right version.
Yeah. You want to see the third slide?
Right, no, you don't have the right version, so I'm going to use the version that's here on my stick.
Okay, do it. If anybody has any questions for the lad, then maybe jot them down. Hopefully he'll be awake later and he'll be able to answer them. People. Okay. Any thoughts on anything that came up there? Any comments? I know Pat, you were saying about you like Harvest, some of their portal.
Yeah, I do always feel like getting our endpoints on these kinds of messages. Never up on the homepage.
Do you need sound?
No, there's no sound, there's just a find it, find. There's it. On that one, hold on.
Does anybody need a window? Running a risk these
I need a window on this computer.
That one?
No,
That
I
one?
think it might be that one.
Yeah?
Yes, that's it. Okay, that's fine. It's sort of the most recent file on that. Okay, and it's there we are. Let's see what he's done there. Can we look at it by date? Because it's the most recently saved. That'll be that should be the first day of different education. There we go. Yippee! Right. Okay.
You go. I'll do
We're
it.
off.
Yeah. It takes a little time to move on.
Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Hi. So I'm Stephen Haggard, and I'm talking to you today after having met you guys up at the OER conference in Newcastle 2 or 3 weeks ago. We were talking about stuff, and we just realised that there was a chance to share interesting things here today. I'm going to be talking really about issues. I want to try and ask what we mean about data. What does a good use of data look like? What does a fair use of data look like in the context of a development oriented service? Do I need to be here?
If you could.
Oh yes, because you're going to talk. No, I hate being behind the slide. I come at this from the perspective of having done a couple of case studies in this area. One with the World Web Foundation and the other with UNESCO of some services that were operating in 2 different African nations. And I'm going to share some of the data and some of the insights from that with you today. Okay. The 2 apps that we're looking at when we get onto them are a sort of primary school quiz-based mobile education app, and the other is a farming app. So let's have a look. Just to review what we're not talking about, I mean, I think we've all understood, and we've seen some of these diagrams, the applications for mobile data in development, the classic one there of the Abidjan traffic, and then the epidemic tracking that you can get. That case has been proven of the ability to both track movements of devices and movements of calls that will allow us to pick up signals that are relevant for social and development purposes. That's fine, other people do that, that's not what we're talking about today. Another thing that we're not talking about, this is something a talk I was at a couple of days ago, from the Mobile for Development Intelligence Group. This is the perspective that commercial service operators take on how you use your data. So they've got these ideas around how you get system data to optimize the uptake of the service. So here would be a data-driven analysis of the users in a service, and they will be looking at drop-off. How do you optimize the service and get most uptake of it? They will look at where people fall out of the service, at the point of registration, or at the point of trying a service, and at the point of using a service, and why it is that when a service is launched in a mobile context, this is a classic development agricultural product that they were talking here, a mobile phone-based agricultural advice line, why you're actually only going to 3 or 4% of people actually using it, of those who start at the funnel. So that's another classic use of data optimization of user experience. I had an argument with these guys actually after this talk saying that's a very narrow definition of how you could use data and how you could even improve services. It's simply about getting the numbers on the platform. And they pointed out, I think it's a fair argument, and it's one I'd like to pick up later. You can talk all you like about delivering behavior change through education or through any kind of development input that you're giving, until you've got actual take-up of the service that you're offering, until you've actually got adoption, you're talking to nobody. So for their point of view, although this is quite a narrow and commercial sense of how you use data on a mobile service, it's crucial, because until you've got through that point and you've upped that 4% of regular users and you've dealt with the 59% drop-off after registration, you might as well not be doing it. So I took that as a fair point, but it does come from the perspective of commercial platform operators who just want numbers, crude numbers on the service. And I think it's worth remembering that that is a valid perspective. So let's talk about data and mobile learning. It's a different class of problem, I think, to other kinds of service. I'd like to use this quote, which came from Mike Tricano, who you may know, works on these kind of problems for the World Bank. If you think technology can solve your education problems, then you don't understand the problems and you don't understand the technology. The solution lies in process and systems and people. I think that's right. That's certainly where I stand. The gizmo itself, or the data about it, are just a sort of help on the journey to get you there. So looking at it from that point of view, I'd just like to share this data with you. This comes from the company Desire to Learn, who I have a consultancy relationship with around data products in the online learning space. We're looking here at data for 4 American community colleges and state universities on the effect of implementing an entirely data-driven support system through the university for students. So optimizing your course choice, giving you maximum support, spotting where you're dropping off, spotting where you're out of the social loop, where you haven't attended or downloaded or annotated the lectures. It's a heavy, full-on piece of enterprise software which is designed to support the educational program through a very intense technological environment. Now, something very interesting happens when you put these kind of systems in, which is that the achievement gap between the more advantaged and the less advantaged learners closes. And I think that's really interesting. You can see these kinds of very advanced software as merely benefiting those who are already steeped in educational advantage. But in this particular case, we see that the gap between Pell and non-Pell students, so Pell, if you're not familiar with it, is the way that in the North American system, and in the States particularly, you denominate students who are eligible for certain economic support. Generally, it's an index of economic deprivation. So the gap in terms of earned hours, which are credit scores that you get as you progress through the university, between the Pell and the non-Pell students, on average, in these colleges, was about an hour and a half per semester. So the disadvantaged students were falling behind it works out at just under 20% of their attainment was 20% behind. When you bring in a intensive exploitation of the data in the system, you can effectively close that gap, that achievement gap. And I think that's exciting because it does allow us to think that the job of data in any of these education-based systems is actually to address the needs of the most disadvantaged learners. That's actually what the technology seems to be saying to us, in this case anyway. Now let's move on to developing world, different issue, maybe. I want to share with you an example from a company I work quite closely with. You may be aware of them. It's called Enisa Education, and they're based in Nairobi. And they run a very simple app on simple phones, usually by SMS, so that we're bringing out a smartphone version, where we have a pretty large audience of pupils who get served quizzes in a range of topics which are curriculum compliant, and that supports them in their learning. So let's talk about the data that comes out of that for this. We have three categories of data and three sort of audiences and users for the data, and let's concentrate on who benefits from it. Obviously, the learners themselves, we can feed them back data like you're underscoring on this, you need to work harder on that, here are some more quizzes that you need to do to get yourself up to the level of this. That's a service that we're proving and we're finding that the learners respond to, so there is that sense of uptake of a data-driven feedback loop there. We're also able to distribute the data that comes out of the back end of the platform to parents. They're really interested in learning about their children's performance, and we see quite a lot of uptake for that, even to the extent that we think we can actually charge for it. This is a commercial service, I should add. It's funded entirely by the investment, its own investors. It does have some government clients, but there is no soft money behind this. It's all designed to make money for the owners of the service. And there's a final user of the data, which is the Education Ministry, which, although they're not yet paying for it, is able to get better insight on a day-by-day basis into some performance issues by school, by region, by teacher, by sector, than they can get from their own data, and much more cheaply. Compared to the cost of having observers on the ground, this really checks out. Let's have a look at some of the prices there. It looks like the value to the ministry is probably about 3 billion Kenyan shillings a month, if you compare it to the cost of monitoring these kind of levels of performance at that level in the schools. That's a massive saving. Now, right now, they're not paying that, and then maybe they shouldn't be made to pay it, but I think it's interesting to see potentially what benefits they could be getting from this kind of testing and feedback of pupil performance. Parents are being asked to pay 30 Kenyan shillings a month to get access to this, and they're paying. And that's an interesting test of the value of data. We've got about 8,000 parents paying that at the moment. I think that's interesting, that says something. And of course the learners go free, as indeed they should. But that just shows you how the idea of extracting the data, performance data from the system, can lead to values that can be monetized in this kind of business model in a development setting. The other application I'd like to talk to you about is one based in Ghana, which I've visited and worked with on behalf of UNESCO as a best practice study. This is an application for cocoa farmers, and it aims to capture a pretty wide data range, usually an interview from the farmers on the ground. So you're seeing those particular data points captured there at the point that they register on the service, and they get, for registering, they get a lot of advice on particularly fertilizer dosage and a pest management regime, and it does increase their yields very significantly. If you look at the benefits there, you're seeing 25% yield increase from farmers participating in the program, as well as other educational content that they get around the program, which is served to them usually in face-to-face settings, but the reminders to be there and the promotion of it is coming through their phones. And they're reducing their fertilizer costs. This is a really big benefit to farmers by up to 80%. They just are able to understand different approaches to using those inputs. So there's a cash inputs they're having to pay for. Those cash inputs are coming down as part of their farming, their farm budgets. So some very big benefits that we're seeing there. But I think it's quite interesting to try and look also at the benefits to the sponsoring organization. So this particular project is sponsored by mainly by the Hershey Foundation and a couple of other major cocoa growers. So these guys have obviously got an interest here. Now, they control the entire value chain, right up and down. They have done satellite surveys of all these plots. So they're potentially able to marry data that they're obtaining for their own purposes through different technology to the data that's coming in from the farmers through the education service. And I think that creates a really big dilemma about who owns this data and who benefits from it. They have effectively got a free ride on the desperation of the cocoa farmers who are prepared to do an awful lot and sacrifice a lot of their data in order to both get some of the benefits that we're seeing here, but also some of these benefits are completely illusory. They perceive that when they sign up, they might be able to get different kinds of credit or subsidy. It doesn't exist, it's not true, but that perception has remained very strong in the farming community, partly because this service is delivered in conjunction with the government in Ghana through COCOBOD, the cocoa agency. So we're seeing, I think, a potential problem here around the distribution of the benefits of analysing the data from the mobile service. I don't believe that Hershey has done this yet, but there is nothing to stop them using the satellite pictures they've got of every plot, saying that plot belongs to so-and-so. We know the buying values, we know what their production is, we can work it out from the satellite. This is our pricing policy. At the moment, this platform doesn't handle sales and e-commerce, but it can and it will. And very soon, the farmers are going to be actually trading their crops through the mobile platform, as well as getting all the learning inputs. And I'm really keen that we should ask, as an open educational resources community, when the education starts being sponsored by a commercial player, and when it moves, and when the device in your hand that delivers the education is also the device that is earning you your livelihood, because it's the one that's deciding when you're going to trade your product, who's benefiting from that? We don't know yet. I'm not blowing the whistle. I don't see any signs of foul play at all. So far, it all appears above board, but who knows? Next time the price takes a dip, let's watch it carefully. It's interesting just to look at it. I mean, I've got these figures here from Hershey profitability. You can see they're doing very well. You don't see these kind of figures in farmer profitability. And there's just an issue for me about how we share the benefits from moving into the age of data around education. Spreading those benefits, talked about that. Consent, in the case of both the pupils and the farmers, they have, okay, at one level given their consent, but have they really? If you're a child in a Kenyan school and this is the way that you can satisfy the parent and community demand for higher performance, have you really given your consent to have that data shared and used by the ministry? Interesting question. Certainly in the case of the farmers, where there's so much perception and misperception around the benefits and the cash benefits of being part of a service that produces data, it's hard to say that these people have from the data that's produced by their participation in this educational service. I'd just like to see a broader debate, really, based on the examples I've looked on who should be really benefiting from data-driven insight. As in the case from the American universities, arguably it's the most needy learners, but also maybe it's those who have got the best access to the technology, who knows? These are questions I don't have the answer to, but I just think they should be part of our consideration. Finally, just in closing, I like to think that we could think of the issues that are being raised by these mobile data service, because there's so much problem about who owns the data, is it sitting in the network, is it sitting in the platform, is it sitting in the operators, is it sitting in the service providers, that we could try and think of an open data commons around this. I'm very struck every time I work in Africa by these kind of systems. This is one I just photographed in Senegal in a taxi Bruce station, where people are distributing passengers and vehicles and drivers among themselves. Completely open data policy, which is who's going where, what the number of the car is, what order they're in, and how many people are available. I think that's a lovely example of everybody understanding where the data is and how you can use it and who can leverage it, and making sure that it is being fairly distributed between the different players in that system. And I think that one of the things I'd like to see being discussed as we move into a technology-driven, mobile-driven education age in the developing world is what are the right policies for sharing this sort of data openly when there are so many stakeholders with so many interests. That's all I've got to say, but let's hope this conversation is rich. I
Don't worry,
can't work windows on that.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think you raised some really interesting points there. Okay, we've got Tom up next. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Can you ready to do the thing next?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Did anybody have any questions for Stephen while we're waiting? We can talk more in that. So we're running a little bit behind, but we can maybe catch up a bit in breakout groups, hopefully. Anyway, Tom.
Well, good morning. Thank you for coming in to listen up to this, and thank you for inviting me. I'm going to give a quick talk to try and give a sort of an overview of some of the things, who operates in education, aid to education, what they do, what kind of things have been achieved, where they might be going with this in a sort of global sense, and then some of the impacts of technology. And I'll try to tie into some of the things that's been talked about already this morning. So open development is a term that's been coined, I guess, suggesting that development work and aid in development work may be open, similar to sort of things like open innovation and other terms of that kind. And so it suggests that it's more participatory, inclusive, and distributed in some way. And there's a lot of examples we've seen of this, for example, in humanitarian work, Ushaidi's work, crisis mapping, initiatives such as Publish What You Fund and the Aid Transparency Index are all things that you could put in this category. And UNDP now has an open data portal as well, so it's become mainstream as well, if you like. So what I'd like to do is sort of focus a little bit on what people think about in that area, what they think open development is. Quite often it's about data, it's not just data accessibility, but availability, and people talk a lot about transparency and accountability in this area, and finding ways to overcome roadblocks to development, promote international cooperation, resolve conflicts, and engage citizens and get feedback on government services usually. So yeah, this is what the claims are anyway in terms of, or the potential, let's say, to do this. But a lot of people have argued that this isn't necessarily so simple. Data is, well, data is people, this is from Duncan Edwards at IDS, who is working on the Making All Voices Count project there. And, they pointed out, and many people said that transparency is a lot harder than accountability, and collecting evidence about, what engages citizens and how that works is not easy. You can make your cake open and catalog and put metadata in there, and that data, it can give you the possibility that other people, other intermediaries can make use of this open information and serve it up in a palatable way to the intended audiences who can then make use of knowledge. But that's a long process, it's a long chain, so it's not so simple how that actually happens, the citizen engagement feedback. So there is an architecture in place for education development. There are a number of organizations that work, but it is in a little bit of a crisis. The aid industry in general, which is from the 1950s, is sort of dire need of change in some senses. Bilateral agencies are closing down. AusAid is no longer in existence officially. The Canadian Aid Bilateral Agency doesn't have a name. It's no longer itself. It's been merged into trade and foreign affairs, so aid industry needs to change. It needs to become something different. And there's a massive lack of funding. For example, UNESCO is another agency that's really hard up at this point of time. There are new people coming into this, emerging donors, and so it's a changing scene. It's a changing world. Social enterprise, CSR, private sector is taking on a much bigger role. So where we've been with education development, there has been, since the first commitments of the Education for All, so the World Education for All movement in 1990 in Jomtien, Thailand, which is shaping of NGOs and development partners and governments and donors based on the principle that education is a human right. And so this is coming to an end, this long sort of push, basically, and it had set targets and 6 goals, which were to be achieved by 2015. So we'll see next year. But we can say pretty clearly that 2 of those goals will most likely be achieved, and the others are lacking, far behind. So number 2, access to education has been very successful, primary, and gender parity is another area where there has been good success. But in the areas of expanding early childhood care, life skills, as Balaji mentioned, and literacy particularly, and also the quality of education are areas where there needs to be more focus. And so these are priorities. Part of the reason for this is the Millennium Development Goals number 2 and 3 clearly are linked. They are basically the same as the EFA goals, so it's not a surprise that those 2 goals had a more coherent push. So very quickly then, the MDG goals, which will be at this point in time are being, if you like, revised. There's a whole discussion about what the future goals should be. They have been, in many senses, extremely successful in these ways. They've stipulated time horizons, bound governments to commitments, and enforced some forms of accountability. The UN sort of positives, if you like, is that this changed the world. This had a galvanizing effect, and it created a robust basis for international development assistance. But the problems with this is it's very technocratic and it's top-down and it's not contextualized. So the future goals beyond 2050 need to be much more broad-based, and there needs to be more political dialogue, there needs to be more basis for that from the bottom-up process, and so this is where the data starts to become really important. So there's been a lot of discussion about this, and trade-offs for different things. The Sustainable Development Goals are a major discussion point, and so extrapolating the Millennium Development Goals beyond 2015 is still an unfinished agenda, but it definitely needs to account for the changed landscape of emerging realities, growing inequality, economic crises, and things like climate change. So this is not a technical problem anymore, really. The high-level panel, which is has been talking about post-2015 goals, has called for a data revolution, and then this is again talking about transparency and accountability and governance, particularly. And there is a need for much stronger country ownership. Just a point in reference to this, I mean, for example, an example might be if you look at Brazil, now in Brazil the National Congress has set up a hackerspace permanently, which is interactive and, for example, will give you visualizations of plenary remarks by members of the chamber. The role of parliamentarians in deciding what happens and the way that technology can carry that is really important for politically smart, I think, thinking about aid and development, rather than what international organizations can do. So decentralized data is important, particularly for education. Evaluation purposes in education, as we've just seen with Stephen mentioning in Kenya. There is, ministries of education are the providers of last resort in a country. So their work is essential, and helping them with collection of data, improving what they do is key for improving education. And also the focus on quality of learning. So learning is the new, if you like, the new sort of metrics focus on learning and learning outcomes is a key thing for the future. South-South cooperation is important for the future, I think, and focusing on equity, particularly in equity and the middle ground, is another key topic. And essentially, there is a change in indicators and goals are created. Landscape for that needs to coherently is being put together, if you like. So there are many gaps in education process, as I've mentioned. these are things that work needs to focus on. Early education, adult literacy are overlooked, and equity and equality is ignored has been ignored over things like access to education at primary level, which have been. And the other thing that has been generally overlooked is higher education. So based on the World Bank's sort of assessment of human capital, the return on investment to in primary education, not in higher education. That's turned around now, and there is a much greater focus on investing in higher education development assistance. It's not turned around completely, but there is a much greater recognition that this is an important thing, and it's important for development outcomes. Quality is a key concern, and as we've heard from Balaji, ways to improve the quality or measure the quality of things like open education resources. But this is teachers, as he's mentioned, which I haven't got here, but the teacher gap, the lack of teachers, the missing teachers that will be required, given that we have now achieved the goals in access, we will now need billions more teachers and where they're going to come from is as a workforce planning problem. So it's a serious concern. So they are critical. Then we have the relevance of education. We're talking about localization into languages, whether we're talking about global citizenship, but these are all aspects that key aspects for education development to continue to address, I think. So there is also, of course, still access is not completely, it's not a battle that is completely won, and it's not simply, although there may be 30 million children in Africa who are out of school, there are children out of school in Asia, in all areas, and so it's not a simply, it's not a battle that's just over. This is a quote from UNICEF, and it's just saying that it is not a statistical exercise, that we need to have a human rights-based approach to tackling the problems of education, and that we need to link education and attainment to other things. And this is important, the idea of linking, in a sense, because education is important for all of these things. So data in education and data from other areas should, connect. So, for example, you've got inequality, particularly between rural and urban contexts, and that can be measured. And these are just examples of how important it is to be able to focus on the specifics of a context. Okay, so I'll move on. So these are just some areas for acceleration. Learning outcomes and quality are a key concern, as I said. So political commitment and financial resources are required for this, and one size does not fit all contexts. That's, I guess, the message here. So there's been work by UNESCO to try and make education data focus more widely on equity and equality issues. So there's a resource here, which is the WIDE resource. Combining national government data and PISA data may be a possibility. Mining big data is a possibility. As we've seen, mining big data or mining data can potentially bridge complex gaps, and improving data on marginalized groups, which is, of course, going to help widen the impacts. Then we have obviously other, blurring boundaries, for example, between different types of data. As I said, data on education, data on child health, child care, building tools, making low-cost mobile devices to collect data, and localization. So these are some potential, I think, opportunities. And these are just some examples of ideas or ways that you could see to apply these ideas. So using data for example, to increase an existing voucher scheme for in education, collating data together on early childhood education from health records and education to see where your stunting and disability is taking place, to tackle it, because stunting causes more educational deprivation than poor schooling, in fact, because of the nutritional effects. Metadata So again, on peer-to-peer networks, we're maybe using open badges, for example, as they're doing with South Africa, with teachers, getting teachers to earn badges in a social way. Report cards detailing school performance is what governments generally do, but that's obviously not enough for tackling all these problems. So these are some open data portals that exist in developing countries already. They are subnational and subsector even. So there are already lots of open data portals that are taking data out there. There is an Open Development Toolkit, which comes from the Open Development, from Open Knowledge. And there is a community of people working around these tools. Now I'm just going to quickly mention some things around globalization in higher education, because I wanted to focus on this being something that is has been overlooked in education development. So higher education clearly is changing, and there is a massive rise of openness and open forms of education, demand for analytics and data, and this is also pushed by business in their demand for complex skills, and so there is increased investment in higher education in emerging countries. And people talk about the business world being volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, and analytics is the solution, and agile ways of navigating around this. And learning design is a big key sort of thing that people talk about. And so McKinsey, for example, talking about human capital, will mention things like tomorrow's workplace will be different from today's. You need to pipeline your skilled workers and future workers to be successful. You need to look for engagement. You need to think about business becoming more agile. So these are all things that, if you like, transferring from business into education in some ways, and you'll see that in all kinds of ways. And so we have this sort of pursuit for growth. Sorry, it's not so clear, but it says the creation of new value for customers, shareholders, and drives the need for new stuff, new products, new services, and different from what we currently do. And then this demand for innovation creates a demand for data, if you like, so the desire to control, a tightening grip on everything we do, and predictability and productivity become fine-tuned and optimized. This is kind of the growth paradox that we're seeing, constantly here. And these market forces, they have created great pressures as well on higher education. So these things also, have negative impacts as well. If you think about what educational establishments and universities have to contend with in this setting, they need to change to adapt. So online access journals are ever increasing. So the old way of publishing academic data is in need of adapting to the new circumstances. So we have MOOCs, interest-based communities, and so this is the vision of the old university with the governance and the faculty and the students is sort of, and the 4 pillars of curriculum and teaching and learning and assessment and experience and a degree in research. This is your old model. It's getting sort of eaten away. You've got your edX, Coursera, and then you have different if you like providers, Pearson coming in to if you like break up or disrupt the old organizational institutional model. So you just have a distributed group of people, but then you have other ways that things can be certified and qualifications. The problems are, though, as we've kind of mentioned, for higher education, I think I'm trying to link back to what people have said, is the community aspect. So the open data commons here, where is the commons? Where is the, so what is missing? Where are the students? Where is the mentor groups? Where are the alumni and associations, the academic boards, the unions? There is a need for communities to be linked together. So Stefan's talked about how the Linked Up project can, in some ways build these bases for these kind of things, not just analytics. And so Stefan has also talked about the influence of corporations and how this can be quite disruptive, who owns the data. And Balaji has talked about socializing and the importance of this. So I think these are key things to think about in terms of a number of areas. And so helping institutions and systems adapt to the technological change is also kind of a political as well as a social sort of problem. I think I'm going to stop there.
think we could give Tom an hour, yeah? I think that was a... I want to go back to the slides and maybe follow up on some of those things. Does anybody have any questions for Tom? No? Really? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I did say, I can't probably comment or still and linking it to what Rajat presented before. So one of the major challenges I see really in developing countries is not really the lack of technologies. It's rather how people think technologies can be used in online education. And I'm going to highlight this from my experience learning online with the Ethiopian University, where I did my MA. So the Ethiopian University thought probably their program was completely online. But most of my learning, I would say like 70% was offline.
Offline, yeah.
So how did it happen? Well, I was working in a higher education institution. It's called Tigray Institute. But I had a campus in the rural place. Well, it's a city in the Rwandan context, but very small. And our campus was the only place where I could access the internet. At some point, it crashed completely. And I had sometimes to take the bus, 3-hour bus trip to the capital city, Kigali, to download the materials, leave them on bus, way back to Kigali. And why was I doing that? That's what Stephen was presenting, saying technologies, the system, and people. And linking it to what Raj said about employability and creating opportunity. So the system at the Ethiopian University was built so that when there's value for me, so I can see what I'm getting from it. Then I have to commit that time. That's where the people part come in. Because I could see the value, I could really stick to the program because I see what I'm taking from it. And how did the system enable this? The way the course was built, it could enable learning offline and online. And I could go online only to contribute to activities that require online presence. Then for other activities, I worked on them offline. And when you talk about technology in developing countries, there's technology. Even though they are like the 3-hour bus trip, but it is daily. And it can be used to access the materials and disseminate the materials. Now, that's why I come back. We have plenty of OERs, but they're not being exploited. Because we have one conception for people to learn online, they have to have access to technologies, even in their homes. But that's not all the case. So I have experience, like 6 years or 7 years experience learning. Before moving to the UK, I was learning in Rwanda, taking those courses online in that way. Well, I took many others with GIZ as well. But offline, combining offline learning and online learning was a very powerful, how would I say, organization for being successful. And indeed, I completed the program very well. So we need to go beyond thinking that we need internet everywhere, even in the home for learning to happen. So we rather need to think carefully. How can we build on the resources which are there, which are not being exploited? Then we open up access to education. That's what I think can be the solution to opening widening participation in education in developing countries. Otherwise, if we wait so that everyone have access to the internet in their home places, it will take centuries and people will not have access.
Thank you. I think that's a really, really valid point, and I think it's something that probably a lot of us have a misunderstanding about. So I think, yeah, really, really key, having these different modes, these different ways of accessing. And we can talk more about this in a minute. I'm sure now people want the opportunity to start chatting to people more and having more discussions with people, maybe get up and get a drink and that sort of thing. So we're going to move on to the breakout sessions now. I'll just quickly, I'll pass these around, but this is a focused track that we're running as part of the Linked Up project. We're developing one on supporting developing countries, and we're hoping that your discussions today will help input into this. I've got a copy of it I can stick on tables for people to have a look at. But what we're going to do now is we're going to have a breakout where it's on our table and have a think about what real world problems need solving. So the type of stuff that Bernard's just talked about, get that down, and people want to post it note and really have it there in a form so we can share that. So I want you to work through some of this, just going through problems that you can see related to education in the developing world. For example, Tom highlighted the need for qualified teachers for sort of qualified and educated teachers in different spaces. So that was just one there. And just to give you a bit of sort of context, I've given you some different areas that you can think about: teachers, environment, infrastructure, materials. And then even if it helps you, maybe thinking about different regions, that might be another way to approach it. But really, I just want you to have a discussion and start getting those ideas down on Post-it notes, so we can start sticking those up on the wall and sharing them. And there's also an Etherpad for people who are watching remotely, and if you get time, maybe we can put some of it in, but we can do that for you later. So really, I just want you to start having a discussion with each other and trying to get pulling some of that stuff down on paper. Okay? And I'll open the door, open some windows, and do feel free to get a drink as well. Okay? And so, are you all okay on your tables? I think I did explain to people these dots and what they meant at the beginning. The red dot is for people who know about development issues. The green dot is for people who know about education, and the yellow dot is for people who know about technology. I think it's really key that people have someone with a red dot on their tables, just because I think that'll help the discussion. If you don't have a No, it'll be really, really useful if we just hang on tables and people maybe suggested one or two ideas of kind of problems that could be solved, and we can stick them up. We'll do that afterwards. Yeah, it's always great for discussion. We can carry these on in a bit, but when you hear this, so, maybe we can start with Stephen's table at the back. Did you, I mean, I think there's already lots of problems, so it's a lot.
Sally's going to explain what we do.
Okay, cool. Go Sally.
Well, we have discussed a lot in this project about the infrastructure, the environment, and the resources, and we also mentioned that the strategies from the government need to move in tandem with the resources that come in, whether it's from NGOs or from commercial interests. And sometimes we recognize that it's not only in the developed world that is government strategies are lacking behind. It's the same here, but the interest of teachers to get on board despite an overall strategy in place is paramount. And maybe it's time that we have the same approach in the developed world, which leads us to the question of maybe the commercial interest in education in the developed world is slightly different, that maybe there's a need to come up with new business models to approach education, especially because if you'll be pushing for OERs at the basic level, you need to consider that education, quality of education has a lot of commercial interest, even in rural communities, but mostly in the city, where the level at which a school is able to provide education is a draw for them to continue to make money. So perhaps it's time to.
So we didn't really have one single word, but I think we're just describing the context.
No, I think that's right. I think it's recognising the need for that in the commercial sector is really key.
Can I just add one thing to what you said, Sally? You made the intervention that new business models are one of the ways that one can tackle a list of problems that is so long you really kind of know where to begin. And the example that for me is very striking on this is I think that potentially one of the biggest impacts on the quality of women's lives in the African settings I know has been the cheap Chinese bucket. Because it means that instead of having to spend the whole day waiting for water, you can put your bucket in the queue and you can go and do something else. That has liberated hours and hours and hours of time that can be used in gardening, childcare, valuable activities. And that's a change of business model, which suddenly meant that this cheap thing was available and you could change the model of how you got water. And it's enormous. I see enormous benefits coming out of that single thing. And maybe the same is applicable to education. These sort of very simple flips of the situation that change the game from let's all sit around in rubbishy classrooms with absent teachers learning nothing to let's try and, so we don't know, but the innovation of the business model might be something cheap, low-cost education provided by commercial providers is beginning to take off in a lot of places, and it's interesting that families seem willing to pay for something that's better. That maybe your intervention is what we're looking for.
That's really useful. I mean, I'm posting notes, so brownie points.
I have a very small comment. Actually, what you say is also very applicable in developing settings, for example. In Rwanda, I know the quality of education is very low. But why is it very low? Because most of the time is wasted not learning. It's wasted waiting for teachers who are not available. Most of the time, because students are wasted trying to have access to a library source. So we wasted many hours trying to access library sources. Hours, or the time that should be used rather than learning the resources. And when we have open educational resources and they are ready for people to use, they spend that time learning rather than waiting for having access. I think that can be, the business model can be kind of designed around there so that people, most of their time is used on the resources rather than waiting to have access.
Thank you, yeah, very valid points. Okay, this table, did you guys come up with anything?
Yes, we did. I so agree with you. I'd love to talk to you later about the new business development models. But we didn't talk about that much here, although I'm very interested. But we really talked about what needs to be done on more of the public sector work, and it's a little more all-encompassing. In other words, there needs to be mechanisms within the government institutions that instill standards, so that as they move forward with their data, when it's completed, or even if it's halfway through, it's already in a format that's open and usable, rather than as technicians having to transform it and be in the transformation business rather than in the sharing business. The other one is that the decision makers of what kinds of projects of education gets funded are often woefully misinformed. So there's an education process about what the real needs are at the local level as well as a global level. So that we can ensure and influence where the funding goes for education, from funding institutions, governments, NGOs, wherever.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is also a lot of slang going on around.
Lots of slang. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many sources out there. They're like completely hermetically enclosed into very high-level language.
Okay, right.
That
Yeah.
everyone can understand, and which is really a barrier to better outreach and etc. Oh yeah, and then yeah, this is kind of related to what Maddie mentioned about educating decision makers. And this a reason for this, related also to breaking up the slang barrier, is localizing resources. Because we have a lot of things in English or in French, but we have very few sources in other languages.
Yes.
Right? And it's not just a question of translation, but it's also a question of, exposing the knowledge to the place where it goes.
Yeah, and I mean there is a activity going on around like
Yes.
India and
And for localization, actually, the problem is that there is a very limited funding, which makes it that we are kind of sitting again in a bubble and speaking inwards among ourselves all the time.
Quite often that effort comes down to crowdsourcing.
Yes.
You don't need to be translated or organised, but there's no funding behind it.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Brilliant. Great that we've got completely different points on it. Right. This table here. Did you guys come up with anything?
We have a drawing of
Yeah,
the tree and of Caballo. This is obviously a metaphor for education in developing countries. As you have recognized. Now, we did talk a lot about one that seems to be one of the most obvious problems, and which relates to what I just been said, which is the accessibility problem. And especially because it's also one that is most obviously linked to technology, considering that a lot of the platforms that exist are built with the assumption of a technological platform which might not be available. We clearly derive into certainly the technology is not the main element, and that what we think is one of the problems. It's as much a problem with us as it is a problem with developing countries, which is that a lot of the accessibility problems don't come from issues with accessibility in developing countries, but because resources and technological platforms are built with certain notions of accessibility and user experience which are not transferable. So what we think is that some of the problem is that we actually put some effort in organization where we should rather put our effort into supporting countries in creating their own resources which would naturally be ingrained into their environment, rather than trying to transfer user experiences that we can relate to, but are not necessarily the ones that are most effective, that relate to a lot to what Balaji is doing, and to some of the discussions around hitting the resources and the technologies around the time, the activities, but also generally the cultural environment of what is happening. So I think our main conclusion is we should spend less effort into trying to retrofit into the environment and try to start by building stuff into the environment straight away.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's that flipping the perspective to allowing them to create what they need to create and creating technology to do it as well. That's great. Okay, the last group in the corner here.
A lot of our discussions revolve around access to existing new materials. So materials are created by teachers and communities, but they're not necessarily localised to communities around the world. In addition to that, finding materials in the first place, so indexing of the materials is a big issue in terms of ensuring that materials are appropriately tagged and reviewed to the shift to ensure that you can find the good resources as opposed to mediocre ones. Conversation will move on to the role of the teachers. So the teachers themselves need to self-index and tag materials, using existing materials to create ones appropriate for their learners, for example, and sharing materials. So who owns materials should be on a single global platform on many focused platforms.
That's great. That's great. Anybody else in the group?
I want to ask something. I think one thing that hasn't come out strongly is the role of developers from this context.
Yeah.
Because tools to capture data, also to access resources is a vital part of open education. But most of the time, I think Balance mentioned in his presentation that the developing world is increasingly becoming large number, increasingly producing large amounts of OERs, but I don't think the same applies to tools, and so there is some sort of deficit. So there's a need to consider whether it's skills development or making resources available, or is it just the environment or the infrastructure that needs to be brought up to par with the level of material that is in the system. So developers and
the training in how to software.
Yes, and also sometimes they're already developers, but most of them are not in education. They are looking more at the commercial side.
Okay.
It's true. That world too. Yeah. That's for maybe finding information on housing or jobs, but you don't find the same for education. So during this time, developers are brought up to speed about the need for them to branch into education.
And people might know about school data, which is something that Open Knowledge does, which is about training in data skills, and they're currently doing a program where they're trying to bring people in all around the world to train.
Yes, so just to briefly complement what Roger said. So another aspect which we actually talked about quite a lot, the conversation shifted a tiny bit away from the topic, was quality assurance and quality curation. So, I think one thing that is very obvious is that there are really millions of resources out there, and there are a lot of isolated platforms with some kind of meta search engines, but what's still missing is some kind of more global kind of, let's say, crowdsourced ratings, things that really make it easy to actually find useful resources. And I came up, for instance, with this comparison to torrents, right? When you think about illegal video sharing on torrents, I mean, there's an awful lot of spam, an awful lot of crap out there. It's really unbelievable. But there, it's working really at a global level, and actually the comments and the ratings are really reliable. So it really enables you, even though there are a lot of really useless things out there, it's very easy to identify what's worth to download and what not. And having something like that working at a global level for educational data and educational resources, I think it's something which would probably help an awful lot of people. And, I could imagine things like what the MMI community is doing right now, trying to basically embed annotations into websites, combining that with social approaches, and crowdsource user feedback and these kind of things might maybe go into the right direction. So that's was kind of unrelated to the topic, but I think still very important.
Yeah, and I think definitely it's all about getting the end users who are actually using this stuff to actually have.
But just a side note, I mean, I think with torrents it's fairly easy. You rate the audio, the video, and what the movie's like. You know, if you look on Pirate Bay, that's exactly. I mean, I just do it for educational purposes, not that I use those sites. But I'm saying, I think that the risk of doing that on a global level within education is that that you kind of leave or miss the local context, and you'll also have white guys spending a lot of time in front of a computer because they always have computer access. Might really skew the system, and what might be very appropriate for like a third grader in the UK might not work at all for someone in the car or something. So I think think about that on a global level also has its risks. On a national level, I think that would be much more useful.
There was actually another important point which came up, really, that relevance is something which is really specific about individual to context, etc. But I think there are cases for actually both things, right? Having some kind of more global, let's say, general, let's say, quality assurance, where the specific resource is actually a useful kind of resource, such as also in education and resource repositories, you find an awful lot of noise. I mean, resources which are not really well created and whatever. I mean, not really useful actually. And having some kind of quality assurance at that level, and then there's certainly a case where there's some really more localized relevance ratings as well.
Okay, last comment from Daniel.
We have not focused on the conversation so much on this, but I think like what I know from at least Latin America is that it's very relevant apart from materials to discuss performance measurements around schools and even know where schools are located. Which is, for instance, even in Brazil, a problem to know where are these schools and where are schools that have no toilet, for instance, or where are schools that do not have a blackboard or that do not have a library. And this information exists somewhere, but we, as we do not analyze it properly, we cannot make sure that the budget that is there for improving the infrastructure of schools is used adequately. Because we can currently not oversee this, whether the budget they get, because they have every year, for instance, in Brazil, they spend money in order to get new libraries into schools, but sometimes they do not spend in schools that have no libraries so far because there is no control around this and no monitoring, and it's somehow difficult. And in Brazil, it's not the least developed country, so I imagine that in other countries it's even a bigger issue.
So quite basic data stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, that's really interesting. Sorry to move you on, we will have lunch coming up fairly soon. We've got a talk now from the Worldwide Semantic Web people who couldn't be with us today. It's only a very brief talk, and then we're following that with Christoph. In the lunch break, could people stick their post-it notes on the wall? I've written them all down as well anyway, but that would be great if you could. So hopefully this will make a noise. Is it making the noise?
So, my name is Christophe Guiret. I'm Victor Debout, and we're very sorry we cannot be with you today, so instead we recorded a video to explain you a bit what we do here in Amsterdam about worldwide semantic web activities. And it's around data, and we know that data sharing is a universal problem, so there's people that want to share data all over the place for different reasons. And people do that with very different means. You can see on the left and the right quite different means to do the same thing. And here, to do this data sharing, we consider that semantic web technologies could be a rather good match because they allow to express data in context. They're also very good for decentralized authoring, and they allow for reasoning with different word conceptualization and doing data integration. It's also very good for multi-linguality. The biggest problem we observed is that in the semantic web community, most systems are designed with a focus on computer literate users and availability on big data centers and things in the cloud, and also with pretty much one view and big data for everybody. And that limits the applicability of this technology in the developing context. So our proposal there is to downscale. So instead of only looking at scaling up technologies to accommodate more and more users and more data, we also look at the very specific needs and characteristics of some smaller community that do need to share data but cannot rely on the same tools the privileged few are enjoying. And you can look at this website, worldwidesmultiweb.org, to find more information. And this website will show you that we are a community that is working on projects and doing a fair share of teaching and training activities as well. And here are the numbers of members of this community and representative projects. And our activities are centered around data. So we look at structured, semantically rich, and linked data that is preferably locally relevant and locally produced so that we can really target these needs. And we look at this data around 3 different angles. The first one is the infrastructure, because not everybody has access to power grid resource and big hardware and stable internet, cheap connections. So we have to design systems that work with limited electricity, offline or locally connected context, and also on small hardware that is easy to replace if broken, that is affordable. And some of the things we did in that context are the semantic SO projects to make the YPC laptop, the XO, lint of the data ready, and also EOS to publish the lint of the data in a totally decentralized context.
Okay, so we're also looking at the relevancy of this semantic data. So what we know is that this data at the global level might be relevant for some, and at the local level might be relevant for others. And what we want to make sure is that this level of relevancy is matched to the persons who are using this data. So we may want to make sure that we work together with the target user community in an interactive way, so that we are sure that they get the right data at the right time. And also the size has to be appropriate. So infrastructural issues might require downscaling of the data size as well. So a number of projects we are looking at this. For example, the SAMP-LD. So there we are looking at where we can sample large linked data sets so that they are still representative, but also work on small hardware. And at the same time, we're also looking at, for example, rainfall data, where we want to combine very locally produced data by local farmers in West Africa and combine it with this global level weather data that's out there in the cloud. And finally, we're also looking at interfaces. So how can we get the data to local people in the field, and how can we make sure that people that have limited computer skills, have low literacy levels, and speak small languages that are not supported by, for example, text-to-speech systems or interfaces, make sure that these people can still access the information. And one of the ways that we look at this is through development of voice interfaces, and in FP7 project Voices and some subsequent projects. So there we look at how we can use voice-based interfaces using simple mobile phones for Malian farmers to access market data information. And in we also developed 2 other systems, and the video that you can see on this link will show you those 3 systems and the success we had in that project. So these are examples of what we've been doing and the research questions that we're interested in, and we're very looking forward to getting more people involved and to collaborate with others in these and new projects. So please jump in and join us at worldwidesemanticweb.org. Thank you.
I think we're on to Christoph.
Stand off for making it matter. Because
yeah, so it's kind of an ungrateful thing to be right in front of the lunch break, so I hope I won't keep you too long. Thanks a lot, Marieke, for the invitation and for organizing this whole event. I'm going to be talking a little bit about the One Laptop Per Child project, which is an effort that I've been involved in for a couple of years, and some of the connections to partially open data and learning here. Here's some of my coordinates, Google+, Twitter, if you're interested in keeping in touch. One one of the things I want to say is that, so far also in discussions on our table, we've often talked about developing nations and developing world as though it were only Africa. There's actually a whole lot of other places that supposedly fit that definition. And some of the things I'm going to be talking about are based on experience of working in or working with projects in Nepal, Peru, and Zambia. So basically, the One Laptop Per Child project is probably still most famous for this notion of having this $100 laptop, which was introduced back in 2005. But over the course of 3 years, especially in 2008, 2009, it kind of dropped off the media radar of most people. So I want to start by telling you a little bit about the context and the state the project is currently in, just to give some context of some things I'm going to say afterwards. The whole notion, as the name already implies, of one laptop per child is that every child gets a laptop. And every child supposedly uses the laptop as an educational tool. The thing looks like this right now. I've got one of the units here with me. It's called the EXO laptop, and if you want, you can play around with it afterwards in lunch break or in the evening in the pub. What's nice about it, it's not just a regular laptop, but you can also fold it in kind of a tablet screen, so it also serves as an e-reader, so you've got a lot of connections to, open libraries, accessing Wikipedia, which is, distributing all of those laptops, and so on and so forth. What's interesting is that OLPC is built around what they refer to as the 5 principles. The first one, child ownership, is kind of self-explanatory. So the laptops are really property of the child. It's not something that the teacher owns, not something the parents owns, not something the school owns, but actually every child gets a laptop and gets to use that laptop, ideally not just in school, but also for learning outside of school. Because I think also when we think about education, many of us kind of sucked into this thinking of education as only happening in schools, this odd box that stands around. But the fact is, I think, and many of you will probably know it from your own experiences, that a lot of learning, and in many ways, a lot of the most relevant learning in your life actually happens outside of schools. So this is why the idea is that the laptop is really owned by the child. The next one is low ages. Many of the discussions also on the table we had now about higher education and secondary education learning, and OLPC is really focused on primary school age children. So in most countries that means 6 to 12 years old. Saturation, what they mean is that the whole idea of one laptop per child is supposed to be taken seriously. So every child in a country, or on a smaller scale, in a region, in a city, gets a laptop. So it's not just one classroom in a school, it's not just one school in a city, literally everybody gets a laptop, and that's saturation. Connectivity, I think in many ways what realize, especially with things like mobile phones, if I don't have an internet connection, like here, because I'm from Austria and I don't have roaming enabled here, this thing becomes actually kind of useless. I mean, I can write text messages, I can take photos, but it kind of reduces my use of this device like 10% in many ways. So I think connectivity is a really important aspect. At the same time, and we've heard about the mention of the importance of offline in the beginning, I think when we talk about connectivity, we shouldn't just be thinking of being connected to the internet with like a 100 megabit connection or something, but a lot of the value of connectivity actually comes from local connectivity. So if I think about my Twitter stream right now, I'm actually getting the most value out of my Twitter stream now from people which are posting from inside this room. And we don't, with Twitter we need the internet, but if we have like a local room that's just connected in here, then that's connectivity and that brings a lot of value. So I think that's an important component. And last but not least, and the strongest connection to open data, is that OLPC is very mended to this idea of using free and open source software, open educational resources, Creative Commons licensed materials, and so on and so forth. On the software side of things, this is really implemented in this thing, and that's called Sugar. Sugar is a learning platform, an open source platform that's built on Linux, that's used as the software to run on the laptop. So it's not OS X, it's not Windows, it's a specialized software interface and platform that was developed on the one hand really for children, because if you think about it, our files and folders and all those hierarchies and concepts really the best way to teach a 7-year-old in Rwanda or Nepal how to actually use a computer. I don't think so. And on the other hand, it's really also about making it more accessible to people who live in a very social, cultural context. Again, going back to files and folders, the only thing or the only reason historically why we're dealing with those concepts is because computers used to be used for office automation. And in Office, you have files and folders, and that's the mental model we apply to computers. But is it really the most appropriate one in a global perspective? I don't think so. And some of those notions are really implemented in Sugar. Now, the reality today is that approximately 2.5 million children and teachers around the world have such a laptop. So we're not talking about, some sort of academic research effort anymore. We're not talking about something that happens in one city or in one country or something. This is happening on a very, very large scale, which is why I think OLPC in some sense is a really interesting platform for any kinds of experiments and projects around open education. It's currently active in approximately 40 countries. You've got a long list here going from A, like Afghanistan, to C, like Zambia. And you'll probably find many places that you yourself have visited or have worked in or have projects in or friends in. So again, just to emphasize, this is something that is happening on a global scale today. This is not limited to a couple of countries. This is really happening in a lot of different places and happening in what I mentioned before, a lot of different contexts. So I think there's some universal or almost universal applicability of some of the lessons and things that we have learned here. What's important is that in many of those countries, the common factor is that they use those green laptops. Yet, because of the given context, one OLPC project in one country can't necessarily be compared to an OLPC project in a different country. There are a couple of dimensions or aspects that are really different between them. One of them are the goals, for example. So in Nepal, which is one of the places where I worked for a little while, a couple of years ago, the goal of the local OLPC project was very much to improve Nepali literacy, English literacy, and numeracy, because those were identified by the NGO that was implementing the project there as the key challenges to education. In Uruguay, for example, the basic notion was to close a social equity gap and to say what some people have called, turning a privilege into a right by actually connecting everybody and every child and every teacher and every school to the internet and giving them their own appropriate device. So there's already a broad spectrum of different goals here. Another one is the organization. In Uruguay or Rwanda or Peru, for example, the project is being implemented by the government via ministries of education in some places. In other places, such as Uruguay, they actually set up a whole separate organization to implement things. Whereas in other places, such as, for example, Zambia, Nepal, Kenya, and so on and so forth, it's small NGOs, or local communities, or grassroots organizations that are implementing that. And of course, it makes a big difference, not just in terms of the scale, but in terms of also possible openness and resources and so on and so forth, whether a government is implementing something or a small organization. And another factor I think that you really have to factor in some of those discussions is size. I mean, if you ever wondered what 40,000 laptops looked like, this is kind of an impression. That was a warehouse in Lima, Peru, which I visited in 2010, and they were in the preparation stages for distributing 40,000 laptops out of 800,000 laptops that they've distributed in the country. And it's a very different thing to do something like that than to have a project running one school with 100 laptops and so on. Next to one of my favorite words, which is context, and that connects a little bit also with what Daniela was talking about in terms of infrastructure and available infrastructure data. Those are two schools which I visited in Peru. Both of them are categorized as rural schools according to some criteria by the Ministry of Education in Peru. What's interesting is the one school on the left is about an hour outside of the next major city. It's a very small school, very rural. Most of the pupils there have to walk for like half an hour to get there. They have limited infrastructure, no internet access, electricity, yes, but only limited number of outlets. The other one is a rural school, but it's essentially on the former outskirts of the city. It's not part of the city. They have internet access there. All the students are from the houses around the area. It's much bigger. And so you immediately say, just because of the infrastructure, I mean, for example, the number of electricity outlets, And having internet access or not, using any sort of technology in that environment, it's going to be very, very different. So, for example, I saw one of the data sheets that the Ministry of Education had about those schools, and both of them, there was a column saying access to electricity. And both of them had access to electricity. But the one on the left actually only had 4 outlets per room, and that was it. And if they had connected all their computers at the same time to charge them, the whole grid would have gone down in the area because they had electricity, but it actually wasn't good enough. And I had stories about schools which also supposedly had electricity, but that meant a single outlet and a single light bulb in the principal's room. So here, very basic infrastructure data can actually make a whole lot of difference. And when I was putting the slides together, one initial title for that slide I had is that bad data is worse than no data. Because we rely on the data and we think it's accurate and we make decisions based on it, but it can be very, very misleading. So I think this is an area where open data or any data collection at all and keeping data up to date could be a very, very useful thing to have. I'm going to briefly talk about Uruguay because in many ways it's one of the most interesting countries, not just when it comes to the One Laptop Per Child project, but when it comes to the use of technology or ICT in education in general. If you don't know Uruguay, small country wedged in between Brazil and Argentina, about 3.5 million inhabitants. Average income, I think right now it's approximately 900 euros, so this is not a poor country or very underdeveloped country, but this is not categorized the first world in most aspects. They have very high literacy levels. If you believe United Nations data, then they actually have higher literacy levels than Austria, which is where I come from, which I find really, really interesting. Yeah. And if you look at indicators like the Human Development Index, it's also kind of in the middle tier, about a third down essentially from the top. Uruguay is a really interesting place for technology and education because they've got 580,000 laptops. And that means that literally every child from grade 1 through grade 9 and every teacher has his or her own individual laptop. The question around that is always, does it work? I mean, does that actually make sense? Sorry?
Does IT work?
Yeah, I mean, does it work? Does IT work? That's kind of the double meaning. We're also making it matter in some sense. I would think, you could write making it matter with IT in the middle as well and see whether that's relevant. And to figure that out, I think you need to look at a lot of different aspects. From a government perspective, the question is it worth the money? Because just as an example, in Peru, they spent approximately $200 million on the purchase of laptops. That doesn't count, the infrastructure, the training, and so on and so forth. This was just one big purchase of devices. And of course, the question is, does it really make sense to do that? Because I think especially coming from a technology point of view, and my background is in software engineering, so I can very much relate to that, we often ask, okay, what is the impact that our technology intervention is having? And we kind of look at it like this is a whole separate world, but the question is not necessarily just what kind of impact is it having, but what kind of impact is it having compared to all the other things that we could be doing with that money, with that resources, time, goodwill, and so on and so forth. So from a government perspective, that is of course a very interesting question. We were talking about a whole lot of money here. From an educational perspective, whether it's the Ministry of Education, whether it's teachers, whether it's parents, whether it's the pupils themselves, it's also the question, is it worth the effort? For example, in the OLPC project, which is a small project in Paraguay, teachers went through 150 hours of training in the summer vacation. They're also going to ask about the return on investment, because 150 hours is, that's a whole full month of a 40-hour week, and they gave up essentially most of their summer vacation to go through the training. I mean, is it a good thing? If they're not happy about it, then that's an interesting question. So what I came up with over the years is what I've kind of referred to as 6 criteria or kind of basic underlying aspects that you need to consider to even have a chance to have successful interventions based on using ICT in education. The first one is infrastructure. And I think with infrastructure, many of us think about electricity and internet connectivity, and rightfully so. But I think you also need to consider infrastructure in terms of process, in terms of logistics. For example, in Uruguay, during the height of when they were giving out laptops in schools, they distributed 5,000 laptops per day. You know, you need to have a certain infrastructure and logistics in place to actually be able to implement that. The next aspect is maintenance, because we all know with any sort of technology, regardless of how robust it is, you know, at some point it's going to break down. How do you repair that? You know, if you don't have a 0800 number to call and, you know, have a Dell technician come to your place the next day and fix everything, you know? How do you deal also in terms of maintenance with educational content? I mean, one of the beautiful things, in my opinion, about digital content, and you know, Wikipedia shows it really well, is that it's very easy and essentially free to update information. Whereas, you know, if you look at most of the geography or, you know, earth science books that are still available in most schools in the UK and Austria, it will probably still say that Pluto is a planet, because they simply haven't been updated. But how do you also update and maintain content? Next point, content and materials. You know, once you have actually the technology in place to be able to access content, the question is, how do you get good content? How do you curate content? How do you rate content? You know, how do you build digital libraries which actually make a lot of sense? You know, Khan Academy was on one of the slides we saw early in the morning. How do you distribute the content? But also one of the things that's really important, I think, when it comes to contents and materials is how do you recontextualize it? Not just translate it, but you know, how do you actually make it relevant to the local context? I mean, if you're in Austria, all of our examples in math in primary school about, you know, apples and pears, because that's what we have. That would be pretty useless in Zambia, for example, yeah? Or in Peru, it might be much more relevant to talk about pineapples, because they grow all around the cities. So it's not just about translating it and putting it into a different language, but actually recontextualizing it and reappropriating it. Another aspect which I think is really important, and we also heard it in the morning in regards to the Linked Up project, is that it's very much about community inclusion. So those kinds of projects are not something that should be just carried and executed out by regular government. I mean, education is like one of the core aspects or core subsystems of society at large. I mean, this is something where really it's important to have participation by large parts of our society. And how do you design that? You know, ministries, I think regardless of which country you go to, are not particularly used to actually dealing with citizens on an eye level and getting them involved. Yeah? But one of the nice examples there about that from Uruguay, which I always like to tell, is at some point they had a problem with a software update in Uruguay. And they had about 50,000 laptops that were deactivated and didn't work anymore. And you know, it would have taken the government weeks and weeks to actually go out into all these different communities and activate all of those laptops one by one again. Instead, what happened is that a lot of volunteers from all over the country came together, said, okay, what can we do to help? And the government then in the end produced a USB stick, you know, which they shared on the internet, everybody could download, and then you had like parents, grandparents, teachers, anyone going from machine to machine to machine to actually fixing that. And they fixed it in probably, I don't know, 5% or 10% of the time that it would have taken the official government to fix that. So I think, you know, you really have tangible benefits from including the Wi-Fi community. Teacher training is again something we already heard in the morning. I think it's one of the key aspects that you really need to consider in any sort of educational intervention. I'm not going to go into more detail here. And the last aspect, I think, which is particularly important when you talk about open data, is monitoring and evaluation. Because to be able to figure out whether you're actually doing a good job on all of this criteria, you actually need to have data and see what's happening. If you don't know that 50% of your laptops are broken, then you won't be able to do anything against it. If you don't realize that the teacher training is really disliked and hated by most teachers, and that's why they don't take up the content, you're probably not going to change it. If you don't realize that half the country supposedly has electricity in its rural schools, but they don't have it, you have a big issue. So I think this is really an area where monitoring and evaluation and data collection and data processing are a key component. And I think those are really the building blocks to be able to answer the questions I asked before, does IT work? So I think in some sense what we're really looking for, I'm kind of missing something here. There was supposed to be zeros and ones in the middle. I'm not sure what happened to them. But we really want open data to be able to address these things. So after Marieke invited me to give this talk, I just read the email on the way home from work at some point. I just drafted up, literally just off the top of my head, some of the relevant data sets that you could have. And if you look at that, that's a pretty broad spectrum. And that's literally me after 10-hour work days sitting on a metro in Vienna and just coming up with stuff. I mean, it's not exhaustive, it's not perfect. There might be some spelling mistakes in there, but you just see that we have a load, a whole spectrum of data that we need to collect, and that can be very, very relevant for all those kinds of things. If you look at some of the existing evaluations, and this is one of the most comprehensive ones that's being run on the OLPC project, or generally on large-scale ICT and education interventions in developing nations. It's a longitudinal study that's being done by the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, D.C. in collaboration with the Peruvian Ministry of Education and a local Peruvian NGO. At the end of their paper, they've got 8 pages of data sets and indicators that they used. That was a single study. And I actually wanted to start counting how many indicators they had, but I just got lazy and put it all out there. Yeah? Just so you realize, this is a single study done in a single country. And they've got loads and loads of data there. It's not just about the use of the technology, but it's also about infrastructure, about household income from parents, time on task, literacy, digital literacy, numeracy, grades, cognitive skills, creativity, divergent thinking, So it's really, this is really a data-rich environment, an area where data matters a lot to actually understand what is going on a micro level and also on a macro level, I think.
Well, what was their conclusion?
I'll talk about that afterwards, okay? So here's a question that I asked myself also at the beginning of putting up these slides. Why should we care about open data in education in the developing world? First of all, I think, as I kind of alluded to here before, is that collecting data is very expensive and it is a huge effort. And for example, that study in Peru that was done, that's a study for 1.5 years. The initial part of the study, there was a 6-figure dollar amount that the thing cost. So, once you actually have the data, I think it actually really makes sense to share that openly so other people can do kind of analysis, can do comparisons, and so on and so forth. Because, actually going out to a lot of rural, remote schools is a very hard and expensive task. So I think once you have done that, and once public money, in most cases it's public money via international organizations or via local governments, once they've spent the money, I think the data should really be available to everyone. The next aspect is really allowing different analysis on existing data. I'm not sure whether you followed that, but in the sphere of economists, it was a big discussion, I think, last year when 2 Harvard economists, Kenneth Rogoff and I forget the other person's name, they had published this really influential data on austerity measures and what kind of level of public debt is an issue and how you deal with that. And they had a problem in the Excel file. And the problem is the Excel file was not published with the research paper in the end. So it actually took a couple of graduate students and researchers a long time to be able to recreate the data. And they found out they had simply forgotten to include a couple of columns in an average or median calculation. And so suddenly you have public policy being influenced or being made based on data that's not publicly available, and that's simply wrong. And it wasn't intentional, probably, yeah. But data really has a big influence on public policy and how money is spent and how decisions are being made. And I think we should really allow for different kind of analysis and interpretations, and also kind of enabling verification of published results. Accountability, I think, is also a big aspect, and not just in developing nations, but the same thing in any other country. I have no clue how the money in Austria in education is actually being spent and what impact it's having and how efficient some measures are. I mean, governments in general don't want to share that kind of data. Yeah? But I think this is really an aspect that's key in terms of transparency. I mean, again, Peru spent $200 million on laptops. Was it a good investment or not? Those kinds of key issues can decide elections. There can be fraud involved. I mean, look at how, for example, now Switzerland is spending a couple of billion now on new fighter jets for the army. Even before the deal, you've got all kinds of claims about corruption happening and so on and so forth. And I think, as democracies, we should really hold government accountable. And in many ways, one of the best ways to do it is actually via data. And I think these are really just some of the starting points, and if we put our heads together, we can extend that list, 5 or 10-fold. But I think those are some things that are relevant. Now, why do we think that OLPC is a good platform and community to work with for such efforts? First of all, I mean, data and ICT in general are really great data collection tools. I mean, that's what those things at the heart do. They collect different kinds of data. The next one is that OLPC and a lot of the projects that are going on have been going on for many years. So even if it's on a smaller scale, but also on a larger scale, those are fairly established efforts. So they're not, busy thinking about every day, how do we distribute 5,000 laptops? How do I provide the infrastructure? How do I train the teachers? They're in a more advanced phase of their projects, and I think that is absolutely necessary to be able to deal with some of those issues. The next one is that many projects, even if they're government projects, actually have some sort of affinity, at least from key members of their staff, to any sort of openness, just because of the influence that open source and open content and those things have had on the development of OLPC and many of the implementations all around the world. So you don't necessarily need to spend as much time and energy to convince people that being open is a good thing and can enable a lot of great things. The next one is, again, because many of those efforts have been established for quite a while, many of those projects, again, regardless of whether it's a small NGO or whether it's a government project such as Peru, Uruguay, or Rwanda, are increasingly under pressure to answer the question asked before, does it actually work? And to be able to realistically answer the question, they're gonna need all that data, and they're gonna need to get that sooner rather than later. Already today, there are a couple of countries such as Nepal, Jamaica, Nosy Comba, which is an island in Madagascar, and Uruguay, which are actually starting to work on some of those things. So again, we already have some bases there on which we can build upon. And last but not least, and that kind of ties in with what Stefan was saying in the morning, for all of things to succeed, you need different communities of people to work together. The way I've put them here is like this. You need technology people, or in the fields of technology, education, and government, which in many ways, if you combine them, they are really the sweet spot. You have this chain of, data providers, developers and users. And I think these are really the applications that we have, and we really need to center there in the middle. And OLPC, I think, which is nice, already has such a diverse community to do things. But one of the slides I jumped over now is, I think there are some good and easy starting points. Because with a lot of projects that are being done, people sit in a room in London and develop solutions which totally don't have anything to do with what people need on the ground. Yeah, and a lot of money is being spent on, academic frameworks and evaluation methodologies and technological frameworks and blah, 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 and it's all essentially for nothing. Ends up in a drawer in Brussels and London and Vienna, but actually has no impact at all. So what I was thinking about is, what are some of the possible quick wins that we could have, where really we show people on the ground what's useful and what can be done and achieved with open data. So I think for children, parents, and teachers, one of the first things that can be done is, actually maybe simply visualize how the laptops are being used. I, for example, on my own laptop have a tool. I mean, it's not an NSA-approved tool, but it's a tool that tracks exactly what I'm doing on the laptop. And at the end of the week, I get an email saying, oh, you spent 15 hours this week on Facebook, which I've categorized as very distracting time, But you have spent 20 hours developing software code, which is really happy, so it's great, And it's kind of a nice way for myself to realize how I'm spending time on the computer. And I think that can be particularly useful also in educational environments. For teachers, a simple app for that matter, or a website or something, where you can track attendance would work wonders. So for example, in Peru, the Ministry of Education actually has no freaking clue how many pupils are there in the schools, and how much of the time they attend or not attend. I was talking to some of the people, on more of a regional level, and they said it sometimes takes 5 years for data, if it's even available, from the schools to reach a regional head office. So again, people are making a lot of decisions and assumptions, for example, about how many laptops to actually distribute, based on totally wrong data. And for teachers, and I think that's a pretty universal thing around the world, teachers at the beginning or end of a class have to take down who attended something. And if you make it easy for them, again, make it an app, make it a simple website, something, instead of having books and books and books of your data entries, which at the end somebody has to digitize, I think that can be an easy win. Last but not least, again, relating to something I mentioned before, for administrator, I think any sort of infrastructure app would be really useful. Saying, in Brazil, the government's now saying, okay, let's construct libraries. Let's actually figure out by asking the people who needs library, who already has a library. Right now, that's simply not happening. All this data is, many years old and simply not up to date. If you really talk to the people, and again, the community inclusion component comes into play, then I think you're going to get a whole lot of useful data which can really make administration much, much better. So, to conclude, and here I'm kind of echoing what Mike Trucano said, his quote earlier. I think the lack of education or bad education or whatever you want to call it is definitely not a technology or data problem. I think we can all agree on that. However, I do strongly believe, and I think that's something that maybe brings us all together here, that information and communication technologies and data can really be useful tools for societies, for teachers, for parents, for governments to address such challenges. And I think you can really apply this to health, transparency, and so on and so forth. Technology is not the solution. Technology is a component of a large tool set to be able to address these kinds of things. The next one is, I think it's really, really, really important, and this can't be emphasized enough, to get the details right. Again, if you don't get the details right, you will never understand the context. If you say it's a school that has electricity but don't realize there's only a single outlet there, then you're just not going to have an appropriate solution for that environment. It's just not going to happen. You really need to look at the details. Next aspect is, and this is something that definitely also comes from the software and technology background, is I think you need to do an incremental approach. Not saying, okay, we're going to start with this massive project, let's eat up $200 million, and kind of see what sticks and see what works out. But I think you need to start on a small scale, learn what works, what doesn't work, what's actually relevant for people and what's not relevant for people, and then actually build on that. And I think what's important here is, and that goes back together also with what Christoph said, I think here it is very much about downscaling and upscaling. Everybody always thinks, let's have a solution that works with 100 kids and then let's scale it up to 10,000 kids. Yeah? On the other hand, I think it would be really important to see when it works for 100 kids, how can we actually make it better for a single kid? Let's look at that data as well. Next aspect is, contrary to all other claims, actually size does matter. If you have a project with 100 laptops and you have 10% of them being broken, you can find someone to actually fix them physically. You can't do that with 1 million laptops. It simply doesn't work. Those things don't scale linearly. The way I always describe this as from a software perspective is, my background is in software engineering. If you ask me to write Facebook for the crowd of people which is in the room right now, I could do it. Now it's maximum 30 people using it at the same time. I've got no freaking clue how to write anything that can be run by 1 million people concurrently. This is not a linear problem. Things really change. When something or a solution to a problem that works at 100 people might not work in 1,000 or 10,000 or million or billion or whatever. And I think, as we saw also in the figures in one of the slides before, the potential target audience for any of those interventions and projects and initiatives, we're talking about millions, hundreds of millions, up to billions of people. So I think we really have to keep that in mind. And the next thing, and this is also very much about openness, I think we have to be honest and learn from our mistakes. In my opinion, one of the first ones to actually really do that on a great grand scale is Engineers Without Borders from Canada. And since 2010, they've released at the end of the year, not just an activity report, but always a failure report, where they just discuss what does not work at all. And I think that's really important openness. Why? And I'm going to close with that, and it's one of my favorite quotes. Don't reinvent the flat tire. If you reinvent the wheel, at least you got a freaking wheel. If you reinvent the flat tire, you got nothing, and you just waste a whole lot of goodwill, money, and other resources. Thanks a lot.
I'm sure there's lots of questions, but shall we leave them to a later? I thought that was really great stuff, so I really enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we have about till officially till 20 past. Shall we say till past? Would that be better for people? I'm going to put the food out here. There's a nice space outside, so I want to take a wander around, get a bit of fresh air, and hopefully you've all got loads of questions that you'd like to ask people about, and we'll be back here at 12 past. Okay. Okay. So we've got a brief presentation from Daniela, and then we're going to go into small breakout groups and do some more discussion, have some coffee and things like that. But Daniela.
Okay. Good afternoon. I prepared a short presentation here about the partnership for open data. And the main objective is that we maybe can then explore whether there are any possibilities of collaboration, further collaboration between the working group on open education and partnership for open data, and that we can do anything in the future, in the near future. So, not good. Do you have Arab? I tried the this? Okay. So I will briefly explain the partnership, who are actually the partners, countries we currently work in, and the potential for collaboration that I see from my point of view, and what I know a little bit from what Marike told me, and so on. Sorry. Okay, so the Partnership for Open Data seeks to enhance openness and transparency in the Global South. It's an initiative by currently by the World Bank, ODI, Open Data Institute, and Open Knowledge. And this started last year in October, and the main objectives are that we want to support these countries to plan, execute, and run open data initiatives in different fields related to government data, education data, health data, or whatever is relevant to these countries. Then also increase the reuse of open data, and especially also that countries can reuse applications and experiences from other countries. It's important to us, and then also grow the base of evidence on the impact of open data for development, so that this really makes sense, and that, for instance, when we talk about education, that opening up data on schools makes sense for increasing the quality of an educational system, and there is not sufficient impact assessment around this currently, and we don't know whether it's really true. It's only a theory that we have around, and so our objective is also to show this evidence. And this is really a project at first stage, and then we hope that after this period, the whole partnership will be sustainable. Yeah, and the first year we have like this amount of money available to spend for different types of action. So I want to show you briefly the different activities that we do. There are 10 interrelated actions, and first is all around planning and scoping. We have 3 types of activities. For instance, we scope a lot. Like we go to countries and find out which people are the main actors there, which are the research centers, which are NGOs and government institutions working on open data and producing a lot of data around this, which is also publicly available very soon on a wiki where people can update and include. And the idea is that this should inform the partnership building, and we should then go to these countries and already know with whom to work and what are the priorities and so on. And then the next one is research, where we are trying to assess regularly the state of open data, of government data, but then also of specific fields of data, for instance, education data, what is currently available in which countries and what should be made available and so on. And then we are also going to evaluate the state of open data in 50 developing countries. We are building an open data library together with the Web Foundation also on the impact of open data in different fields. And then there's also an app catalog, which I think is quite related to some of the stuff that you are doing, because the idea is that we have an app catalog of really mature applications that governments then can implement in their countries in order to do whatever sort of education, for instance, or water sanitation or other issues that we work on. And yeah, and then we have also, like, everything starts when we go to a country. We normally conduct an ODRA, which is Open Data Readiness Assessment, which kind of study where we mainly based on interviews, where you find out, yeah, what is the current state of open data in this country and what should be the priorities on moving forward. And out of this assessment, there is an action plan, and in this action plan, there are quite often different actions related to different policies also in departments in order to open up data or train people and so on. So the order is always the starting point. Then there are other activities that are related more to executing and effectively running and implementing programs. So we do different trainings. For instance, we develop curriculums for data skill training, and also training government officials and training librarians and teachers and whatever on open data. And then this is for CSO and government, so for all these different stakeholders. Then there is a strong effort in order to build guidelines and standards also. For instance, when you think about, again, assessment of schools, I remember that Christoph said here, they have like their literacy rate is higher than in Austria. Actually, it's not, but we can't compare these data sets, because when you look at how, for instance, in Brazil they measure literacy, they figure out whether a person can like write its own name. And this is less complex than what is literacy assessment in Germany. So again, in Brazil, you also have like a higher literacy than you have in Germany, and of course you don't have it when you look really carefully. So the point here is, when you think about comparing data, you also have to think about guidelines and standards around how you actually do the assessment and how you build then data that can really be benchmarked and compared. And this in the education field is relevant, and in all the other fields, of course, as well. Then we work a lot with technical assistance, so capacity building and implementing these actions from action plans, and also help to implement systems for release of open data. So when they have the data in sometimes even in paper format, or they have it in PDFs or in some weird database, how can you open it up so that people can access it from wherever they are? And then we also work strongly on network. So there are events, there's catalytic support for local networks for open data, and also community building efforts. Okay, then the last type of action is related to impact assessment, to evaluation and sustainability of the initiative. So we do impact assessment. We also try to communicate a bit around what we are doing. So we just mounted a mailing list, and we will have a website very soon, and so on. So this we have to do. And then the partnership building, which is to seek, find other people or organizations that are interested in joining the partnership, and then can co-deliver and share their knowledge in the partnership. So this is mainly what it is all about. Here you can see who is currently making part, and it's open for others to join as organizations or networks and so on. And these people are either interested also in co-funding or co-delivering some of these activities. Here you can see by this month we are implementing activities in these countries, so it's quite spread. This is also an idea that every year you work with a certain kind of regional spread. And we should focus on low or lower middle income countries. It's good when there's co-funding available from the government, for instance, because it's relevant so that they also value whatever we are doing there, and it's important for them. And then also for us it's relevant that there is a kind of relatively mature network of civil society organizations in these countries. So these are country selection criteria. Here this is my brainstorming. You can of course have far better ideas, because I thought about what we could do related to open education in these fields, and then you can decide, and we can discuss in a later moment or on the list also. For instance, the question is whether it could be interesting to have training materials related to open education data. I can tell you that, for instance, the people that are working with open development data, they are currently having some funds out of this partnership for open data to do training modules around aid data. And of course, it would be quite relevant to have training materials around educational data and how to evaluate and how to produce analysis around this. So this could be something that we could work on. Also, we have a fellowship program here these are people in different developing countries that deliver data skill trainings to CSOs, and and journalists and so on. And then it would also be relevant maybe so that they have some input about how to talk about open data, because a lot of these CSOs also were focused on open data. So the idea is when you run a data expedition or hackathon around open data, it's interesting to have some kind of quality input here, and where we can work on something maybe. Research, we could contribute the applications, I think, to the app catalog. One idea also could be to run a kind of data census for educational data and show whether which data sets are available in different countries, and help these countries to release this data, and also then contribute some resources to the library related to the impact of open data for enhancing education. We will here run a crowdcrafting competition, so people will be asked to contribute resources to the library and will earn some money for doing this. So I hope that you will then help also. And yeah, we can also assess open data readiness referring educational data. We could think about providing some technical assistance to education ministries in developing countries, and we could also even have a consulting fellow related to open education, because in the technical assistance side, we are working with a kind of network of consultants that are then delivering this consultancy, and then they are getting back to us also with the resources that they use, so that the whole network can learn and that it can be reused in another setting. So we can also think about something like this. And here's some idea also. For instance, what came up is training for school teachers and or librarians about open data and access to information. Also something interesting that we could think about. So then in the network part, would be interesting maybe to foster the participation of these open education practitioners and researchers from the Global South in open data related events. So if you know that something is happening either in the Global North or in the Global South, and you think that we should have some stipends to send people to these events, it would be interesting to do this, I think, and then also enhance their participation in your working group. Yeah, and on the impact assessment side, we have funds, for instance, for running impact story competitions for the impact of open data on enhancing education, if this is something which interests you. And then also we could identify and write up an impact case about one kind of outstanding open education initiative from the Global South. Yeah. And all these things, when you think it's something that interests your group, we have funds and we can discuss about it and build a plan for action, and then start using these funds, because they are not all of these funds already have concrete actions that we have to do, so we still have money available. Yeah, this was mainly presentation. Okay. Any questions, Daniela?
Many, but
that's
what the pub is for.
I know, I think that's the right story today. Yeah, you can have access to open material. I have also, yeah.
We're going to share all the slides, we're going to share all the videos, and none of them are up already, but we'll make sure we share everything with everybody. Okay. So, I know you're all a little bit worn out after the lunch break, so time to do some more thinking. And Christoph has already given us a huge amount of content for this, which I've actually dumped in the Etherpad. But this is just what data sets there are and how they can be used. So I thought you could maybe start off by thinking with the best case scenario. Think about what if you could have any data sets that would create something really interesting and cool, or make something really useful. What would you really want to get hold of? So start off by thinking about that, and then maybe move on to thinking about what there actually is in reality, trying to pull yourself back down to earth, and coming up with data sets that you already know of, any that you want to share, countries that are doing exemplar stuff in this area that we could follow, that is the best practice of. Thinking about whether these data sets are open, whether they're any of the linked data, and what formats they're in, what's missing. So just having a really good discussion about open data sets in this area, and writing post-it notes so that we can share it at the end. And time-wise, we are on, let's have a look. Only 15 minutes. We've got 25 minutes, but let's say about 20 past 2, okay? And we'll put a little bit of time back. So yeah, go away, far away.
Do you want stuff on the Etherpad or want it on Postgres?
Well, Okay, hopefully you had a good discussion there. You probably realise how complicated it all is. You're doing that already. So how about this group? What sort of data sets or ideas do you have?
Okay, so I prefer to make this in sticky notes to easy the whole process. So we identified kind of, let's say, saw that every country, be it in the global north or in the global south, has very few and diverse and absolutely not comprehensive data sets available. But there are a lot of data sets that not should but have to be open and as soon as possible. So we have listed a few of them, which are like, where the schools are, be them primary or secondary or high, universities, higher education institutions. Are there standardized curricula? Because this still doesn't exist in many places in the world. We were kind of thinking that having countrywide EO results, success rates, failure rates, etc., is very interesting in order to follow up, to be able to do longitudinal studies and to follow up on, integration of newly graduated students or whatever in the learning process. Then there is something very kind of sensitive that we also identified, is that we would be very interested to have access to public versus private schools success rates, to be able to compare across. We are interested to see whether education, what budgets, what part of the government spending is dedicated to education at large, because there is a notable fact, which is that there is no research and development budget for education. And this we don't need, to open up data sets to know it, we know it. Then we were also speaking about open access, in the sense of, opening access to research literature at large, and actually not just opening it up to read, but to also reuse, because this could contribute to actually inject back very specific knowledge and very high level and up-to-date knowledge into the learning curricula and actually foster a bit interdisciplinarity in the curriculum. And so Maddie had a very nice quote, which was that policy making in general doesn't have a big data problem, it has a big data problem. So I really love this. So I can give you credit for that.
I'm sure I stole that from somebody else.
So this is, very swiftly our observations.
That's great, thanks. Okay, what about the group in the corner?
Yeah, so we started from actually the description of the LinkNet catalog, because we have lots of datasets already there, and one question was what is already available, so we have this catalog. Then I would describe the second part of our discussion in two main points. The first one, from the pedagogical point of view, and the discussion was how dataset would
where if we think about something which is useful to empower students to become designers of their own knowledge. So how the students can take the agency themselves to create something new where they can learn what is important for them to know in the future. And on the other side, from the management point of view, we said there are lots of data sets already about describing infrastructures or budgeting data, but most of the times the problem is that they are not compatible and you cannot find data correctly, or what you're looking for is not easy to find out. So, yeah, this
That's fine. Through the middle. Do you want to start this week?
Yeah, so we did start by spending a bit of time debating what the question was, which was probably not the most effective way of answering it. And what's
It talks about what type of data would you have for each country.
Yeah, but also because there is always a question of relevance, and our relevance is very much context dependent. And as the first group indicated, there is the element that even if you look at the little catalog, it's extremely clear that education is very sparse, and there are lots of different types of data available in different places, and there is no clear picture of what the country might be able to provide, and how it could be useful. And certainly some data sets, like if you take the education data set from Data.uk, that would be completely relevant to a country like Peru, because it would not have, it contains information that are useful in the context of the UK educational system and not another one. So it's why we debated the question in the sense that it is extremely, it's very contextualized, and it's my personal impression that education is harder than other areas like open government, for the reason that education is a very specific context in each country and might have a lot of differences.
Yeah, not even in each country, sometimes in different parts of the country.
Yeah, knowing that Scotland gets higher education for free is one thing that makes the UK too big a country for these sort of things. We did discuss, however, some elements of who could be the relevant audience for data setting. One area we went into is understanding what data would be useful for teachers. What would make the creation of course materials and lectures more effective if data was available, and that includes very simple things like open data about curriculum, open data about the topics, and going back to the actual purpose and usefulness of anything which is created that relates to things like performance, success rate of courses, as well as one of my favorites, open data about the employability of people following a certain education path. So that seems to be things that we see more or less as universal.
Yeah, okay, the group at the back.
Well, I was just going to, if I don't know if I completely add something, the one about what data is for teachers is very often what other teachers have used successfully, and you see that in the UK with something like Times Educational Supplement Resources, which didn't start off as a repository for OER, ended up becoming one of the biggest, most used repositories for OER. It's a job application part of the newspaper, but the teachers posted them to us and they, oh, that's good, gave it a tick. And it's now, we've got tests, Australia, tests Canada, tests
It's one point that I find extremely interesting because it's not about availability of OER, it's about availability which has been successful in certain context, and making the data about what it has been used for, and it was the reason why it was successful, which is really important.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. Okay, well, we quickly talked about what we thought might be some useful data sets. And we tried from two angles. We talked about what would we like, so we talked about literacy and what we thought would be interesting for literacy. And we did very talk about that, but we came up against different definitions of that topic. And there are already organizations that do that on the national internet, so UNESCO does that internationally. but they do have data, so that's a data set that could be opened. It's not usually open for that purpose. But then we said, well, the other option or the way is to take what the government already does and then open that, because coming at it from that perspective is easier at least. So we then said, similarly to the group, the education budget, or particularly the Ministry of Education and its budget. And so within that, we could also look at things like teacher workforce and data on number of contract teachers, number of teachers who are permanent, textbooks, and we then also talked about textbooks, whether they are bought, whether they're delivered, and then whether teachers could possibly monitor if they are being supplied or not in the classroom, or whether those textbooks never got there. And then we talked about other things like student enrollment, but and proxy indicators of quality, such as student dropout or dropping from, but these things are measured by they're measured. They are collected statistically and cleaned and checked by organizations like UNESCO, and that can be downloaded as in Excel format or in HTMX format, but it's a large data set, but it's not very easy then to be reused. So I'm working with a friend or partner sort of to try and make it easier for that large data set to be broken up, but I don't really know how. So I appreciate any help. And then there's the UNESCO and wide UNESCO, and then UNESCO has created another data set called the wide data set, which is expanding the focus on, I was going to mention that, on equity in education. So using other things, if you like, to focus on equity issues particularly. So that's a really nice visualization on the web.
Cool. Thank you. Any more comments? Any guys? No. Okay. Right. We're going to move on to looking at some of the tools that have been developed as part of the Impact Challenge. I'm kind of conscious of the fact that this morning we talked a lot about how you shouldn't develop tools and then try and put them into other, into the global South context, but hopefully I still think that there's some useful stuff there. So first up we have Abdulaziz, and I'm not how tricky, talking about social learning. And let me just I think we go down to the US. Okay, thanks.
Hello, everybody. My name is Abdulaziz Al-Daid. I'm a PhD student. My supervisor is Professor Paul Krause. He planned to join us today, but he couldn't. He has something urgent to do this morning. And I would like to deliver his sincerely apologize. And he hopes to join another workshop with you. So we are from University of Surrey, so it's not far from here, about 40 minutes from London Waterloo. Today I'm going to present a short demo about our tool, Social Learn. So we use this name as a research tool and to distinguish with Surrey Learn, the official BLE of University of Surrey. So it must be not confused with the Open University product, Social Learn. So I will start with a brief overview of Social Learn. So Social Learn is a social virtual environment that has been integrating to the social and wider web. It is a simple BLE, so it's it only has the basic functions of other traditional virtual learning environments like Moodle and Blackboard. It makes use of the semantic content management system Drupal in order to provide more open, social, and semantic structured learning environment. This will improve the sharing, discovering, and reusing of learning content. We use Drupal instead of other learning management systems and content management system due to the advanced semantic support in Drupal framework. So this diagram summarized the specifications of social learning. So it is open learning environment. Also the design of the content layout looks like a blog in order to facilitate the linking and sharing of this VLE content with other social networking sites. It has support of media with other enhanced media features such as section tags and video annotation. As we mentioned, it makes use of the content management system Drupal in order to facilitate enriching social learning content with rich semantic information based on schema.org vocabularies, the official and supported schema by the major search engines, including Bing, Google, and Yahoo. So this will improve the discoverability of our VLE content, and also make this it will also make this VLE content understandable to search engine. So this is the key reason to choose schema.org instead of other ontologies and vocabulary. This is the simple data model structure of social learn. It consists of 4 content types: course, session, assignment, and a form, as it is a simple field. After this overview of social learn, I will now move to the demo of social learn. So this is the home page of social learn. So as you can see, there are 2 options to look into the system. The first option is to create a new account, which is the classic way. The second option is to use the user's Facebook account. However, it's not necessary to have an account with the social learn, as its content freely accessible and open. And this is how a course page looks in social learn. We ran this course last semester, and we got positive feedback from students. And this is how a session or lecture page looks in social learn. As you can see here, this is how the video player looks. So it looks like a DVD player. So students can move to the next or previous section using these 2 buttons on the bottom of this player. It has also video annotation. As you can see, it shows here this part is part 3, which is in the lecture content. However, it's not necessary to have only text with the video annotation. It can be link to allow students to click on that link and direct them to a specific resource. So as this VLE is semantic virtual learning environment, this is how a course page displayed to search engines with in a meaningful way. So this is the course page information that we just mentioned before the last slide. As you can see, we used here the structured data testing tool that offers by Google. So here is the result after testing the course page. So as you can see, the type of the page is course, which means that tool recognized the type of this page. However, there is no course type on schema.org, and we used this type part of our proposal to schema.org and LRMI. And this is the other content of the page, as you can see, the course date, the subject, and provider. This is our proposal to schema.org and LRMI. The reason to have this proposal due to the lack of specific academic vocabulary such as course and session in the current scheme. Even after the recent support by LRMI, which was added to the schema last year. So in our proposal, we have two new types, course and session. Session has 4 new properties, and course has also 6 new properties. 2 of them for the assignment use, as we don't suggest a new type for assignment. So assignment can be used within the course type. That's it from me, and thank you for your attention. And this is the URL of social media.
Thanks so much. Does anybody have any questions about social learning? Yes.
Yeah, I have one question. So you mentioned course, which is basically kind of extension proposal to schema one, right?
Yes, and allow schema.
Yeah. Did you actually already get in touch with them, or?
No, I mean, we might also investigate feedback from the community.
Okay.
And then we will send it very soon to an RMI specification.
And for your course concept, did you take some inspiration from existing vocabularies like ISO or these kind of things, which already define courses, for instance, and properties for these?
But we used schema.org, so that's why we define specific vocabularies for our VLC.
Sorry?
We use schema.org vocabulary.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I answered your question.
Can I complete that? Because I think I can always the same question as Stefan. Okay. But from your schema, you were showing that you have the course class or the course type to be a subtype of creative work.
Yeah, it's extended type to the explicit type, creative work.
So it's a session.
So the last slide, I was showing, how our proposal linked to the current schema and the RMI specification. So that's why course and session extend to the explicit type creative work. As you know, the LRMI specification proposed 8 new types with the explicit type and 2 new types. And we proposed 2 new types to the explicit type.
I think the first question is mostly here. There are many or several other vocabularies which don't necessarily meet with LRMI, such as ISO or MLO, Xcree, that have an explicit representation of course, and they tend to be much more sophisticated. They will not directly fit into LRMI because of considering courses as academic concept learning opportunities rather than resources and creative work. So I think they would be valuable in trying to see how these two words relate, because I have the impression that if you go with this sort of proposal to LRMI, it will not be met with universal adoption for the reason that it seems to be inconsistent with either the way educational institutions tend to model courses or the way LRMI has been thinking about their own model.
But we checked an RMI specification, and they mentioned they are happy to receive a new proposal to the RMI specification. So from that point, this is the reason why we propose that proposal to RMI, and they included to.
Quick comment from Stefan, and then I think we have to take it to the Parliament.
Yeah, really. Just one concluding comment. So exactly what packages we find in the market, which you can comment as well. The second one, I think I've seen your proposal at some point. Maybe review a paper or something, I guess. But what I noted was you actually say a session is some kind of subclass of creative thing, right? Exactly. But if you look a bit closer into schema, not just LRMI but other types, you will see that there are things like interactive actions or interaction actions or something, which are much, much closer to what a session actually is. It has exactly these kind of features like the duration, time quality, these kind of things, which are not the case for something like a course or anything. Right? So that might be something we also want to do, which is look a bit closer and how certain things you are defining actually relate to those. But it's just as I know. We can take it offline.
Or then the next step.
Marika wants to move on, so I would
yeah, I mean, we're going to have a whole breakout group on what the next steps are, so maybe that's one for that one. I'm just going to turn the sound here.
Hello there, London. I guess I'm unmuted right now. Okay, that's nice. Though I have no audio from your side though. So that's not possible. We're getting feedback. Okay. Well, I can run you through my slideshow. Can I have a visual on where we are at? Yeah, perfect. Hello, there we are. So just let me start by a quick introduction of myself. My name is Michel Visser. I'm from the Netherlands, Amsterdam calling. I'm founder of Connected. Tell you a little bit the backstory of Connected. 8 years ago, I finished my drama school of acting in the Netherlands, and I've been working in theater for a while. And it was after rehearsals about 2.5 years ago that I sat behind two guys who just had their job application rejected. And I was overhearing them in the tram, and I found out that they were rejected because of a bad presentation. And by then, I found out that I could have actually helped those two guys if they were only able to ask me, Michel, could you teach me anything about presenting, about storytelling? And then it came to me that we all live in our own knowledge bubbles, and it's really difficult to reach out and ask people out of your own network if they can teach you anything, if they can teach you new skills. And we do share what we know on our Facebook, on our Twitter, on our LinkedIn. We share a lot of information, but only with the people we already know, and not with people who it's really of interest for. So that's where the idea came to build a network, social network, which is Connected right now. And Connected is offering people peer-to-peer learning experiences by helping you to find people in your own neighborhood who can teach you what you would like to learn at that specific time. Can I see my slideshow again? Because now we can go to the video of the next slide, if that's possible. I have no idea if this is coming over or not, if I'm actually reaching people. Okay. Okay. And did you get the? It would be really nice, because I cannot see my slides anymore, if you can go to slide 2, where is the video, and you could show the video. So if I'm correct, and I hope someone can verify that for me, are we at slide number 3, the summary? So you had kind of a short introduction video where we show how it works. It's really simple. You go to connected.com, you let us know what you would like to learn, and we'll ask your neighbors if they could teach you that. By doing so, you access all the knowledge which is available from the people around you. So there is a lot of gold, a lot of information resides in people you don't know, in your own community. And what we hope to do with Connected is to unlock the education potential of your neighborhood by enabling you to reach out to those people around you and ask them if they could teach you anything you want to learn. By doing that,